But yes, good hello and welcome to the Cascade game. Cascade game. It's part 15 of the Arc 4 storyline, which is Last of the Summer Elves. It's the 15th of March, 2025. I am Viktor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight I'll be playing Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker and exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hi, I'm Hannah, and I play Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn Adept who sheds her skin.
Hi, I'm Chris. I'm playing Nori Nediam, a Half-Elven explorer who likes to infiltrate.
Dun 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 dun. Look at that, professional clean sweep. Excellent.
Very professional.
Yep. Okay,
High fives all round.
Yeah! So, what do you remember from last time?
Huh. I had a big chat with Grandma. We also had an awkward hug, which was quite fun. Big family drama.
Yes.
Her and Mum had a big fight.
Yeah.
Turns out Mum can also transform. Didn't know that. Grandma injured Mum during fight. So everybody big mad. But Grandma's maybe agreed to come to Cascade City. I don't know if that's going to go well, but sort of. And yeah, if I have a baby, she dies. So I feel like I want to resolve family drama before.
Or take out Gran.
Again, if it all goes terribly wrong. No. She's also, just for information's sake, 218 years old. So old, but not old. Yeah. And Tavistock maybe gave me a pastry. So we might be mending fences.
Yeah.
Maybe.
One other additional thing to that as well would be that your grandmother, and the plan was that she was going to be discussing the whole grandmother clock situation. Right? That was the plan, was I will pass everything on to her, she'll have a kid, then obviously I'll help mentor the kid, mother will do the job, kid will have a kid, I will pass from this world, and the grandmother clock scenario will continue. Yeah.
Dynasty plan kind of didn't work.
No, it really did not work.
You've really got to tell people you've got big dynasty plans in your head.
Yeah, it went really badly keeping it all to herself.
Yeah.
What else happened?
People were in a library.
We had Nori looking out over the city and absorbing the atmosphere and wondering if they should wander off to go seek out some answers around the place. Yeah.
Not to.
Yeah, quite wistful though.
Very unlike him, but he does not. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. Lockhart, want to hit us up with some of the factoids you learned from the library?
Yeah, so the Lockhart was looking into specifically stuff about the Iron Laws, because we're probably get as much case notes as much as we can, but obviously where we were is mostly about stuff really relating to sin. So it was mostly about things, people being sent away for Iron Law. We did get some details, the one that I've been harping on about since, is that the Iron Laws are for the stability of the table, end quote. So, I think that is quite important. We also found out that Branonel can just unilaterally disband the council. So if he decides that it's not serving its purpose, he can just kind of get rid of it.
Not been an issue for about 900 years though, to be fair. Nobody's really worried about that.
Yeah, no one should have anything to worry about that, because Branonel's gone.
Yeah, long gone.
That's why we've got the other three. I think that was most of the things. If the three elves, if they disagree on the course of action, then they don't get to vote.
Yeah, their vote is one vote as a group, and it has to be them agreeing. And if they have one part, the bronze part disagrees with the other two, the vote's null and void. It needs to be the Elven opinion. It can't be these two people have bullied this third person.
Which I think also is potentially useful if they were the main one that we were worrying about not getting on side. We don't need to get them all, we just need one of them to disagree. And that would potentially help us. I think that was mostly law stuff.
Do we remember who those 3 Elven people are?
Modesta Lara.
Yeah, that's one. That's the Gold Leaf Queen. Yep.
Lithruan.
Lithruan.
Yeah.
Lundaranthwil. Yep.
There we go.
Yep. Silverthorn.
And
Yeah,
have it. It's not Meadow. That's
so
who was.
it's not Meadow Song. Yep, that's who was
Yeah.
during the war. She was their queen during the war. But it's Eir Duardnon, which is probably the hardest name to remember of all of them. Mostly because they've not come up in the story at all, really. And that's the Bronzebark King. Yeah. Just reminding people those characters exist.
No trust. Yeah, we found the original name of Sin was Bassinet, which was cool. And then me and Falkwin got a radio distress signal from the Arcanatrix, some kind of like emergency warning system, saying that Master
Gamble
had been killed.
So,
I know.
for Kalli's benefit, Grand Master Gamble is the head of the Arcanatrix, which is the magic organization on this continent. So that's a bit like, your Gandalf or your Dumbledore being taken off the board, I guess. If Gandalf ran a college. Which should be a terrible
I
college.
believe
Yeah, go for it.
that would be your job your uncle was looking for, or your
Yes.
great
Yeah.
uncle.
It was the job he was really, really super eager to get before the sword picked him. He was basically next in line, like Quilburn, Lightscale.
Okay.
He was next in line to be the Arcanatrix Grand Master Wizard, because he was like, and everybody was kind of okay with that, like, oh yeah, he's really good at magic. That's his passion is magic, and teaching people. That's why he's usually quite jolly when you speak to him. And then the sword picked him, and he was like, oh, that takes me out of the running. Oh, and then Gamble got it, and Gamble's definitely, if the budget allowed, played by Ted Danson. But he has now, and the message was, has been killed.
Is that because you wanted to kill Ted Danson?
No, not specifically, no. Alexander has a theory about that, though, I think.
You remembered what he'd done his thesis on.
Yeah, his big thing that Lockhart and Alexander always just remembered about him was his big dissertation on the
Rakishan.
Genasi was the word in my mind. I was like, oh, it's not a dare. Nope. The Rakishans. So he's someone that understands Rakishans probably better than most. And he'd been one of the ones like doing a lot of the, or a bit of like the diplomacy with them when the Grand Solar Emperor and the Lunar Empress turned up unexpectedly. So definitely seems like a suspicious circumstance, specifically as we know he was killed, not that he died. Particularly following the whole, we gave, and everyone gave the Arcanatrix a lot of the like soul gems to investigate. So probably he's been having a look into that, and now he's dead. Coincidence?
And we still, don't really know what those gems were about. Like, they made the city a beacon, but was that enough to draw the Farron without us also activating?
A lot happened at the same time. It's hard to... Yeah.
It's hard to assign blame. Probably our fault.
I like the idea that it's hard to assign blame. Cuts to trial. Okay, so that happened. Yep. Then you went and spoke to Pride for a bit. Do you remember much about that conversation other than arranging transport back to Cascade City?
No, my brain was soup last week.
Yeah, it's fine. It can be soup. Yes, you went and spoke to Pride, and the long and short of it was you got your stories straight with what you're going to pitch, like what to not overshare about and what to focus on. And Pride was very confident in that if we just get the two people that you're very, very close to on our side, there's no issue. Don't make it an issue. And if it's an issue, it's going to go nuclear. And one person out of the lot of them is likely to walk away from that situation. And it's Pride. Not without consequence in sin, necessarily, from their siblings, but if it goes badly, everybody else is very, very mortal. So, wipe the board and start again. Pride's got time, you know.
Can we etch a sketch?
Yeah, Pride's definitely not that type of personality, right? Oh wait. But yeah, so Pride's still an ally currently. Yep. Use Pride to get to Cascade. And then, use Pride to get to Cascade.
Then we dropped Noya, but we went to the Whitehall.
Yeah.
And we returned Noya to her people.
Oh, good.
So that felt good.
And there was a nice Dragonborn man that was very appreciative of the fact that it was like, oh, you went to a lot of effort to return them and like take care of the body, blah blah blah. Like this is appreciated. We'll make sure they're interned properly.
Good.
Yeah. Have we got?
Not that we were looking for one.
Nope.
We didn't get any reward.
No, but
We
on the note of that,
said.
let's discuss what XP yous all got last week, because make sure Kalli's noted that as well. So
We all got one,
yeah,
and
Okay.
Falkwin and Myr'ra got one extra for character.
so just make sure you've got that noted down.
Cool. Thank you.
No worries. Just always remind myself to check, make sure people have noted XP.
Yeah.
But yeah, you've returned Noya. Yes, her remains have been interred. And then you peeled off from the group and went to speak to your uncle to make the final arrangements with him, to kind of basically have a wee chat-et with your uncle in private, which is why the group were a bit divided from yourself. And then you appeared with your uncle for the meeting officially. So just want to maybe catch Kalli up on how that went from there.
We went to my house. And Quilben and you arrived, and he gave us a fair hearing, to be fair. Like, he was very neutral in terms of, what are you asking of me? Like, sell me your pitch, and I'll see if I buy it. And we continued our, like, mostly honest, like, retelling of events. We're definitely going down the Kyrill's great route of, like, we're not going to be able to convince you he's not a fae. So we're just going to go down the route of, but he's a nice fae.
We are kind of
He is not the
And
Fae.
we love him.
It's kind of, we are pleading guilty, but
Yes.
you think the law is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Certain circumstances, if Kyrill's a nice fae, and you didn't account for that 900 years ago.
Yeah, if Kyrill has individualism, then your rules are uninformed.
Wrong, yeah.
Also-
If you're thinking all fair the same, then yeah.
So we know that basis is shaky, and then what we did was for the stability of the table. Therefore, it is within the spirit of the laws of the Iron Laws. Therefore,
You've worked on this, haven't you?
Well, it's such a good phrase to hold on to. It's in the spirit of the law because it's how I have interpreted the law. And is that on your character sheet? No.
It's because their law is a house of cards built on a foundation of sand.
Yes.
It's wrong.
Yes.
And like everyone we've spoken to about Kyrill in the way of, once we start mentioning like individuality, and he went against his people and they imprisoned him, people start to go like, that doesn't sound like the Fae. And it definitely like undercuts a lot of people's like instinctive fear. So Quilben, sort of the same.
Well, a lot of
Then
people's
he
fear
went-
is based on the fact that none of them were at the Fae War.
Yeah.
And it's all been stories and nightmares that have been told since. So as soon as
Yeah,
somebody
the
gives you
Beatles.
info, it's like, oh, that's less scary.
Yeah. And we're all like going, but he's great.
Yeah.
And he was really badly hurt trying to like save people. But then Quilburn was like, sure, that you guys obviously believe that. I want to meet him.
Mm.
We were like, oh
shit. Okay.
Okay. And I think this
So
is
I
where the
sent a
quote
little
we
message.
couldn't remember was from.
Yeah.
Yes, Nori sent a message.
And we were informed that we couldn't meet him within the city because the Fae cannot enter the city, obviously. So we all took a little wander out to the main gates and to either left or right, whichever one we
I mean,
decided
to be fair
upon.
though, he was always going to meet you outside the city gates, as you know.
Yeah.
It's always on the plan.
Yeah.
And then we got the conversation, which seemed to go pretty well. So much so that ended on the da moment.
It was a double cliffhanger episode.
So?
Go for it.
Quilburn drew his sword. We all reacted with panic. And then he held it out, like, blade flat straight in front of him, and dropped it. And looked at Kyril and said, do your worst. And we all screamed a lot.
Just like that.
Or I screamed a lot, probably. More accurately.
Whoa.
Big drama.
Yeah. Any questions, Kalli?
Yeah. I think, just... Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's fine. It's just good to
Yep.
to jump in. I'm sad I missed this session.
So,
I think it was fun.
meanwhile, back
Sorry.
on you go. Go for it.
I was just going to say a little side note. I, at the present time, am bowless because I've given my bow into the box of inventy stuff.
Yes. Aluben has it to try and do some upgrades, and you're currently in charge of looking at a plant.
Yes.
So you must perceive the night bloom. That's your job, while Aluben's tinkering with your bow.
You're just like staring at the night bloom the whole time.
Having a staring contest.
You good, little buddy? You good? Yeah, okay. But yes, so meanwhile, several moments ago, rather than where everybody is now, after dropping off Noya's body at the Whitehall, you tell the group, Ignysera, that you're going to go and meet with your uncle first, before they turn up, obviously, at the, I guess, debriefing, secret conversations, the clandestine meetings, and yeah, you head off to find your uncle. So you head to the main chamber of the Grand Council building in the centre of the city. And I mean, I guess, are you going to do it just blasé style, like I'm not arrested, or are you going to do it in a slightly surreptitiously secretive way of maybe not standing out and just walking down the main streets? Like, how are you going to approach the building?
I'd probably just go straight there and just matter of fact, just walk like regular, try not to draw attention to myself, but not actively trying to sneak anywhere or anything.
Yeah, makes sense, right? Just walking casually, you could say.
Yeah.
But not looking like you're trying to walk casually. So you get to the Grand Council building. Yeah, seemingly nobody particularly stops you. Maybe there's an occasional glance from a guard that's like, are we meant to know who that is? Type situation. But yeah, so you get through your credentials phase of the Grand Council building, and you're asked to wait very specifically at their kind of reception area, and obviously the guard presence does increase somewhat, and then not enough that they have encroached in any way, just enough that you realise the doors have been closed, the guards are there, there's just a lot of things are less open, and definitely the guards doubled very quickly. But again, no threat has been made against you, nobody's moved, the receptionist is still very polite. And yeah, after about 5 minutes or whatever, I've been asked to wait, Quilburn just pushes his way through some guards, as if, Like they've been so fixated on in case you do anything that they haven't even noticed that he's been walking, and it's like, get out of my way. So kind of pushes through, and he's quite a big guy. Do you know what I mean? Very, very broad. Slightly stooped over as well, with his broad shoulders, his big dragony snout, and he just goes, "You, with me." And
Yes, Uncle.
and he kind of like turns around and just kind of exhales through his nostrils at the guards, and they just move to the side. And off he marches to his particular part of the building. When you get there, and you get to his office and he closes the door, he just pulls you in and hugs you. It's just like a very big strong pat on the back. Like, yeah. Yeah, and you're negotiating through his wings as well, because he's got big perma wings. Yeah. And like when he hugs in, like the wings come round too. And very kind of like clears his throat loudly, that you can obviously hear and feel the heat from the throat as he clears his throat, and like puts you back almost as if like standing you by the shoulders. Well, nice to see you're well, given everything.
Yes. Everything. I suppose you're aware of.
Well, your friends
What's
want
been
to
happening?
have a secret conversation with me, and I'm quite interested to know what I'm walking into, dear niece. And he realizes he's still standing, and then he just goes over and like just pulls a chair out, and then goes round and sits on his chair at his desk. Like gestures to the chair as if it wasn't obvious. Like sit.
Yeah, like go and just kind of perch on the edge of the chair and just like. Well, it's nothing nefarious, I can assure you of that. You're not in any danger.
Oh, no, not me, but you, maybe. Like, and then by proxy, reputationally, maybe me.
I do my best to uphold the family's reputation everywhere I go, but the group that I am currently with, there have been some controversies, let's say, that I have become aware of, and we do need help. And
oh, I'd say definitely so, and it seems like my help's where it's fallen.
I think
why are nieces so much trouble? And he kind of just exhales at that, and there's like that little like steam that comes out from it, just like.
Yeah, it's just kind of like looks around, like not really sure how to answer that one. We have got ourselves in a spot of trouble.
And for that, he kind of like stops you. He's like, for that, I am sorry that I have involved you with these people. If I had known the full extent, perhaps would have. I may have just put you with them anyway. It's hard to say.
I think what they're doing is noble and just.
He slams like the desk with like his fist and goes, "Well, good. You should follow those instincts."
They all seem like very good people, but yes, we're in a bit of a bind, I would say, and someone of your standing might be able to help us.
And what is the nature of the help you think I can give if your friends are guilty?
What did we initially say that he could?
At player agency, yeah, have at it. Yep, as a group.
He was gonna. Sorry, just because it's been.
That's okay. You got a whole team of people here. Don't feel like it's all on you.
Yes. Well, help me.
What would you like to know?
We were gonna. Why is I not written it down?
Yeah, I think we're going with we are guilty, but we were right to do it.
Yeah, just that like
ability of the table.
Yeah, so we fraternized with a Fae, and we think that they,
effectively,
Very
you've aided a Fae, but you're okay with the
Yeah.
Fae because they're an individual and they seem chill, and you also kind of mentioned very vaguely to certain people, we'd rather help them than leave them to suffer, and if they got well themselves, they may become bitter against people, and it doesn't exactly look good for the Fae non-Fae relations.
And he already betrayed his people for
Yeah.
us.
And sacrificed his life for us as well.
Yeah.
You've been very vague about who you sacrificed, like who you didn't
Yeah.
specific.
I think-
He's joined the dots because it involved a blade,
Mhm.
but that's not
Not
necessarily
dots.
correct dots. Yes,
Yes.
they're just
Yeah.
dots that involve a sword. Yeah.
Which was the mislead we wanted to go.
Yes. Yes. The technically true path.
Yeah. Because also, if the assumption they hold is correct, if they hold the assumption we want them to hold, it's not the correct assumption, but it maybe makes Vermi look better in terms of if they think that Vermi stabbed him and then felt guilty for that. She still tried to stab him. So it's like, oh look, she wasn't consulting with the Fae.
Yeah, she was undoing a mistake she felt she had made in that regard, right? Like, I don't want this guy to die because then that potentially ends what the Fae could do for the world. Yeah. Yeah, it's all about potential and good relations and all that nonsense, right?
Yeah.
So I'd want to reiterate to Wilburn, I guess because I'm not under any oath or anything as part of it. I can
Yeah, you can
now
just talk.
we were in
Yeah.
that room and I heard everything,
Mhm.
and I'm not under
Yep.
anything for it. So I probably would tell Quilburn everything that happened about the Fae, but again, emphasize on a good light on my friends, that they are very honourable and they want to help this person. They don't think that that the Fae are all one. We can tell that they're an individual and they needed help, and and just kind of reiterate.
Yeah.
Kind of very matter of factly, just all the kind of facts. Try not to be too opinionated about, but just try and put a good light on the group.
Yeah, focusing the story in the places that matter to effectively delivering the narrative you really want, right?
Yeah.
And Colburn leans back in his chair and just starts scratching at the kind of ridges on his jawline, and he's like, "This is an interesting day, but potentially a very dark week if this trial goes poorly. It would be the first pebble in potentially quite a dangerous rock slide regarding my connections with Queen Lightscale and yourself, me having placed you with her associates, and blood being blood, after all." Kind of just nods, mostly to himself, with those thoughts. My position might not be as secure on this council as I would like it to remain if this goes badly.
I would not want to do anything to jeopardize that.
He kind of chuckles and he goes, "I don't think that's really something we have to worry about." And he pats the sword on his belt, and he's like, "I'm sure they'll let me know when it's time to move on." Kind of chuckles, and that weird mix of what will be laughter, but also you can tell that'd be sad to lose this title. What the others didn't say is Gembel's already been replaced, so it's not he can step in.
Go back to the Arcana.
So just remember her name, who replaced him. Okay, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Vistra Amrith.
Yeah, so Grandmaster Viestra Amrith, who's played by Gina Torres, if we had the budget. So, yeah. And she has taken over I don't think there was much we said about her other than like she'd worked with Gamble before, and that was really about it. Like they seemed to like almost rule together in a way. Like, but yeah, very good at her job. Basically, nobody's shocked that it's her next. Basically, he'd specifically specified, which is a weird phrasing, but yeah, quite redundant. But yeah, he'd made sure that it was her next in line. Barring anybody overruling it in any meaningful way, but nobody would because the Archaeometrics is quite a self-contained organisation, with very little oversight. So yeah, that is that. Anything you want to talk to your uncle about, other than what he's brought up so far? And again, the party can feel free to volley suggestions if they think Ignysera might want to mention things to him in private.
Is there anything?
I mean, I was thinking we're probably too late now. I was like, do we just try and get him, like, barred from a vote?
How does that help us?
Because we've still got Margot and Pride. And as long as we've got more than one, we are safe.
I still think I'd prefer to have 3.
As many as possible, and then they might turn around and just vote wrong.
Yeah. Well, they might also, if those 3 all go, we're not going to have this trial. But that's probably better for us than. Yeah.
Like if you just get the 2, one of the elves to disagree, and now their vote's gone, and Pride will do whatever to go away. And then it's just Margot going like, fine, whatever.
That relies on us also convincing Margot, though. and she likes directness.
Yes.
Falkwin isn't here to be the directness.
Yeah. Falkwin's our Margot whisperer.
So true.
I think probably Lockhart's not that worried, but maybe Ignysera would be slightly more concerned about it reflecting poorly on Quilburn at just the fact that he is related to Vermi. I feel like we could potentially have used that. I don't think we need to, or we're potentially too late to now, but it was just something that I thought in that moment.
We didn't bring it up because we kind of wanted to avoid talking about Pride. But if you wanted to, you could, like, without mentioning all the rest of the stuff, but you could say that we have already spoken with Pride. If you wanted, like, reassure him that there are other people on the table who might vote with him. So
say that, like, we have.
I don't know how that would go, though, so I don't know how that moves towards Pride.
That's true.
So it's maybe one of those where we might be damning ourselves with association.
I feel like I think she would still probably tell him, because then she wouldn't want him to be like blindsided by anything. So yeah, she probably would say that we've already discussed this with Pride.
As we were already in sin, it was
random. You could say we were in sin.
We were in sin, and we were in a fancy room that we could discuss this in, and it felt prudent at the time that we needed to. And we are also planning on discussing it with Margot. So
fancy room.
Yes.
Careful.
A fancy room that
You mentioned my grandmother. You can be like one of my associates. It's Myr'ra's grandmother is Lady Featherstone. See if he knows who she is.
I say even like not even that you're like related. So the well, we were kind of in an interrogation room, I suppose.
He sits up a little at that. In sin.
In sin.
A fancy interrogation room.
Yes.
And what were they interrogating you about? On what authority were they interrogating you?
Oh God.
You can listen in on the heart pierce. We're just digging a hole now. Continuing to dig a hole. You could say we were aiding in an investigation about
Yes.
murder.
Because we were invited to Lady Featherstone's mansion.
Yeah,
Um,
and you could also say
we
you were
were
aiding
big-
and abetting an investigation.
That's true, we were doing both of them.
Oh God.
We started doing one and then we became the other.
we were looking into the death of one of our companions' parents.
Also true.
That's all.
None of this is a lie.
Very true. It was also about all that.
Are we getting into is this diplomatic immunity territory where Ignysera shouldn't have been interrogated in another country?
Well, he does seem quite defensive over his niece in this
Yeah.
situation. Yeah, that's his posture.
Well, we were talking to Lady Featherstone. Do you know?
Meryl, how's she doing?
I love that he knows Granny.
She's well. We visited her
That's
estate.
lovely to hear. I've not spoken to her in a while.
Actually, did you know that one of my my group is related to her?
I did not. No, it's not the short one, is it?
I either short one, I don't know.
I'm quite short.
I actually don't know who the shortest in the group is. I always just assume like Nori's short because in my head Nori's a hobbit, but they're not. They're a half-elven, fairly tall.
Yeah.
They're a half-elven, fairly tall, lanky teenager boy man, right?
Teenager boy man.
I think I'm like short, like average to short height.
Yeah.
Might be the short.
Lockhart's like 5'10" or something, right? Like
Yeah, exactly. So probably not a lot in it.
so I think. And I think
Yeah, I was
Falkwin's
saying
about like
it-
5'10" as well. So yeah, I think you are the shortest currently.
It is.
Yeah, I was like, yes, Myr'ra. She's
All
Her-
right.
granddaughter.
Ah. The more you know.
Yes, everyone's related, it seems.
He chuckles at that. Just because of the absurdity of that comment
Yeah.
to him currently, which is the stress bulge on the side of his head as the family connections.
But yeah, as I say, we were talking to her. She's the kind of what I said her actual title. The
Oh yeah, big bee in her bonnet. Yeah.
yeah. But we were talking to her, and we wanted to discuss everything that happened with her, and we were able to because this room we were in, the rest of the group had
What happened with her?
she came with us. Did she come to Cascade as well? No, I thought she was going to.
She might, but she's not.
Yeah, she might.
Yeah,
She
she's
might.
gonna. Yeah,
Yeah.
but not to help
No.
us with this.
Yeah. I was just gonna- we had a discussion with her and Pride, and
Pride!
yes,
Ah. My colleague. My peer.
yes.
They're about, are they?
They will
They
be.
came with Cascade, so they came
Yes.
Cascade with you
Okay.
guys. Yeah.
Yes. Pride is here. Yes.
Nice for them to show face.
Do they often not?
No, they've been missing quite a lot, in fact, over the last few months.
Don't get into that.
Yeah. Like sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say, last 2 years, Pride has been pretty much in a vault,
Yeah.
hiding as they've
Oh, yeah.
possessed Loudon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, the whole time she's just in a bath. Don't
Yeah.
worry about it.
Yeah, I think that
But
tells
yes,
you his
it's-
opinion of Pride in that like moment as well, where he's just like, "Oh, she's actually doing her job, is she?" Like,
Yeah. But I said, but I just wanted to make sure you weren't caught unawares of all that's been happening.
kind of just nods, kind of to himself. Yes. How are you? Marilyn Pride talking about? Must have been interesting if it got Pride's attention.
It was just about Cairo, wasn't it? They were talking. Or was there anything else that talked about them?
It was mostly the game plan for this exact moment.
Yeah.
And mainly about Cairo.
Yeah, I was just like, mainly about, well, this.
Guy just nods to like a grumble in his throat. Like, I see.
I suppose the summons has gone out to all of the swords. So my Pride wanted to get involved to kind of sell it that way. Pride knew we were in the city, knew that we'd been summoned back. So while she had us there, done it again. She wanted to have a little word, find out what was going on. Where you could sell that.
Yeah.
And you get your little flip book of my NPCs, with just the pictures that I've stole of celebrities for them. It's like Michelle Gomez, Pride. But yeah, and is that the kind of route you're going to go with?
Yeah.
I kind of just nodded. That makes sense. Interesting that she's willing to grace us with her presence for this. Normally she would leave it to one of her siblings. Nice to know some things matter to Pride. Kind of grumbles a bit about that.
Mm-hmm.
Claps his hands really loudly and abruptly. Like, well, shouldn't keep your friends waiting any longer now, should we?
No, it is quite urgent, I suppose.
And like he slams his hands on the desk and then lifts himself up with that, like it's almost as if he's, got a lot of weight to lift, and then he looks up very dramatically with his hands still firmly on the desk and looks at you dead in the eyes and goes, "Anything else I should know, dear niece?"
I feel like I'm being tricked. Is there anything else I should know?
No, you can tell he's just like, he doesn't want to be blindsided, right?
Yeah.
Like, he knows you're being as honest as you want to be, but he also knows you're being reserved. Right? So it's like, you've not told me everything, but you clearly don't want to tell me everything, so what else do I need to know? That doesn't mean to say I, as the GM, is telling you there's more you need to tell him.
Mm-hmm. Just thinking, what else would she tell him?
And to get anything else that maybe think he should know before going into the meeting that you are about to have and have had with him?
Right.
There's more that he shouldn't know than what he should
I'm
know.
telling him stuff.
And I think that's where we are. Exactly. I think that's where we are. Where, again, you're not tied to, or are you now tied to the same promises we made? So you could tell him everything, but please don't. Don't test that.
What's it worth to you guys?
You could just lay a bit of the groundwork of like what happened seems to have been necessary for the stability of the table. It's just how I would just be trying to frame everything with everyone. So that is the only narrative.
Lockhart goes into the meeting with his mashed potato model of the table room, and it's like, this is the table if broken, smushes it, and this is the table if you just vote the right way.
I'll probably say just that I think everything's about to get a lot more complicated, and we are trying to do what's best for the table. The iron laws are flawed, and if they are what
he just goes ho ho,
the stability
and then like
of the table
straightens his back up a bit. He jokingly covers the ears of his sword, like jokingly, like ho ho.
Oh, I'm sorry, little son. Yeah, so the iron laws themselves they're not built in reality. And if that is what the stability of the Council of the Table is based on, then everything's about to crumble.
He kind of like, his face softens up a bit and he kind of smirks at you and he walks around the table and puts like a hand on your shoulder and kind of just shakes you a bit. And he goes, maybe one day it will pass to you. And he chuckles to himself.
I hope it doesn't.
Oh, I hope it does. Then you can have moments like this with your niece. And off he walks out the door. Come along. Yeah.
Well done, Kalli. That was amazing.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it can only go so bad when you go back in time to do scenes where we know two characters have to get to other scenes and they've got full range to go murder each other, right? Like, so no risks at all.
An illusion. We like the illusion, people.
It was actually Pride inhabiting the body of...
Oh no.
Okay, wait, I've had a great idea.
Maybe it's Siri Thane.
Everyone's Siri Thane. Yeah, so...
Why didn't we think of that?
What?
Like, we didn't need Pride actually to necessarily be there. They could have just gotten one of the other devils to vote the way that Pride wanted. Pride could have done her thing with like one of the elven leaders, and that way they wouldn't be in a position to ask the questions that we don't want them to ask, and all would have been fine.
So what you're saying is Pride kills one of the three elves and possesses them. Which one would you vote Pride takes out?
That's the last.
No. That'd be too obvious.
No.
I just wonder if you remember the lore that I mentioned that people talk about if Modestolara could take on a devil. So that was mentioned in Arc 3, where a lot of rumours about Modestolara's scale
would come out.
Yeah.
That's why. That's part of why.
And there's only one devil that's likely to take that challenge on. You know her quite well. So yeah, I think the other 6 devils are smart enough to not need that answer, because it serves nobody getting that answer other than maybe pointing out that Modestolara has enough bang to knock down a devil. So they don't need that answer. If she maybe doubts herself enough without having that answer, good. So yeah. So maybe not, Modestolara. The easiest target amongst them would be Erdoarnan, the Bronzebark King.
Exactly, the one that we haven't spoken about much.
Yeah. He'd be the easiest target, unfortunately. Yeah.
Why were we were too... pleading guilty was never the right call. We should have been much more aggressive. Literally murder and to fix our problem.
Just kill everyone else.
What's the solution to crime? More crime!
More crime.
Okay, right. So, anyway, fast forwarding through Quillburn teleporting, yourself, Ignysera, and himself, in some lovely cyan fire, all the way over into the domicile of Myr'ra's parents and Myr'ra, still in Cascade City, and having the reason why you left his office and stuff is because you have to go all the way outside the council building to teleport, because you can't teleport in and out of there unless you're going to use sword magic, and nobody wants to do that. So he takes you outside, you zip zabadoo your way across the city into the wonderful thing. You have your conversation where you make your pitch. You were there for that whole pitch as well, Kalli, where they make your case about, there was some... Falkwin said Fae a lot, and it really made Quillburn uncomfortable. Said Fae a lot. Fae. And was a bit retroactive. I think they retconned a bit of how much they might have used Kyrill's name, because I don't think they fully understood the impact of saying Kyrill's name enough. Because the very fact that Kyrill let people know what their name was seemed like a meaningful moment in Kyrill's existence compared to, just casually throwing it around. But again, Falkwin might not have known the full weight of that, so he may have used it once and then clocked a look from everybody else looking a bit uncomfortable about the mention of it. So tends not to use the name Chiral. I think eventually, like, even Quilburn changed how he spoke about the Fae, with the way he used language, adjusted how he referred to the Fae. And then Nori messaged Chiral asking if they could meet, and, you know, then reality slightly shifted a little that they were always going to meet outside Cascade City's south gate, because of course you were. That was the plan. Then you went outside. Quilburn teleported everybody there, and then and also I think the elegance in Quilburn's ability to teleport around without the mass doses of radiation give off how skilled he is with magic. Like, the top tier people can find ways to vent off this excess, like radiation, etc., and utilize it in other ways.
And no use for demons to be sacrificed in the...
Yeah, like nobody has to fuse into their other buddy and make portals and stuff. Yeah. I mean, they've been recurring characters though, so they're not like gone. They're just in agony every time they have to make a portal when they fuse together. And yeah, Pride's lovely that way. Yep. So I just want to remind you every so often that while she's adorable Michelle Gomez, she's still a devil. Like, I just every so often be like, I know she's fun, but you know,
she's fun in that she's also evil. But
like, if friend shaped, why evil? So yeah, you then went outside the city, and Chiral was there. You wandered off to the side of the city, just into the woods, basically. Gonna be wander with a walk and talk. Chiral put themselves forward fairly well, I think. Seemed to convey their individuality enough that the players seemed happy with how he presented himself. Quilburn seemed like he'd got to the point where he'd stopped taking in information and went, okay, decision time. And his decision happened to be drawing his sword and being like, mic drop in front, do your worst. Just to see how the Fae would react to him not having the Fae killing weapon on him. And that's where we stopped. So, yeah. This has been a weird, what did you also do while also catching up? It's been quite an interesting hybrid intro. But here we are. So yes, Chiral is kind of standing again. It was a bit defensive, like with the kind of half a step back, like, why have you pulled your sword? This seemed friendly a moment ago, have I misread the situation? And then Quilburn being like, do your worst, dropping the sword at Chiral's feet. And Chiral is just kind of like frozen there, looking down at the sword and looking back at the group, and there's like a bit, not quite panic, but complete like they're no longer sure of what's going on. And they're kind of looking at the group and looking back at Quilburn, and Quilburn's just there, like his hands on his hips, just waiting to see what transpires. And Kalli, like, Ignysera can tell from his posturing, like even the way like his wings have tensed up and stuff as well, like he is poised. Even though he's looking like he's casual, like you can tell immediately, no, he's braced. Whether the others are familiar enough with Dragon.
Yeah, if that's happened, I'd probably just glance at the others and just kind of give a little, just an eye or a nod, just to say, like, can you tell? Something's going on.
No, so the unwritten rule of me having two major NPCs in a scene where they might have to talk to each other is that you have to interact between their conversations, otherwise it's just me talking to me. So yeah, Chiral looks a bit panicked and looks like they might benefit from some reassurance.
I will...
Go for it, Nori. Yep.
I was just going to say, I think Nori would kind of step forward and say, to humans, we are given many tests, Chiral, and this one's presented to you. This is a challenge for you to decide which way you wish to go. And I'll just step back.
Yeah, and like Chiral looks at you like almost like, what? Like, and then they say, I don't understand, Nori. What am I being tested on? I can't touch that blade. I do not understand the test.
I think Myr'ra will look at Quillburn. Oh, no, go.
Yes, the minute he said I. Yeah. Test here is understand your power. Standing here understands your capabilities.
And he kind of like looks a bit confused and goes, my power?
As go.
I think Myr'ra will like look at Quillburn, like not being able to necessarily read dragon body language. But I think the way she took the challenge, which she will try and impart to Kyril, is I think he's waiting to see if you like unmake the world.
And then
And we'll kind of shrug at him like,
yeah, and Quillburn, while observing people with like his side eye, like he isn't really budging. Like he's, you can tell he's posturing at Kyril. Because again, you can imagine he probably feels incredibly.
yeah, like under. Yeah.
This is the nightmare creatures from 900 years ago that nearly ended the world. And
Like,
these idiots are like, he's a puppy, yeah.
We love him.
And then Kyril looks again around, like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. You want me to demonstrate my capability? In what way would that help? He looks so confused.
Yeah.
And I think Lockhart might sort of say, somewhat, probably focusing more on Kyril, but then kind of side to Quillburn, and saying, this being has been in our presence, and we have not had the protection of a blade, and has never seemed to want any harm to us. It has had the chance to avail itself of that sort of feeling if you're worried about its wrath.
He exhales just like steam from his nostrils, but doesn't really move his like body language at all, and just puts his hand out, and the sword immediately like snaps back to his hand with like a thud. And he says, "Yes, Ambassador, you do not wield a blade, and thus you pose no threat to a creature of this, what's the word? A creature of this kind, I guess, you would say, or an individual of this potential. I think it's the way he'd phrase it. More importantly, an individual of this potential. Why would they need to make a move against you when you don't even know that you are still the you think you were?"
And in doing so, it displays an awareness of responsibility. It has nothing to fear from us, as you say. It has nothing to fear from Indians, the way that we might view an ant.
Kyro's like, "I don't think of you like ants." Just like more to themselves than anything else while you are having this conversation.
Or like,
And
smile and pat his
this
hand at that.
is displaying that difference. It could disregard us completely, as you say. It could treat us however it wanted to, but it has always displayed more sense of understanding our own agency and will, and respecting that we have our own thoughts and desires in ways that might not be apparent to a being of its kind, mirroring him a bit.
Mm-hmm. And Cloburn like just seems to be like clearing his throat a bit, and then saying, "I am unconvinced that you have not been taken in by this phase charm. However, it has made no moves against me that I can perceive currently." And then he kind of puts his sword in its scabbard, and then puts his hands back on his hips, and you can see like his hand still firmly holding onto the hilt of his blade. And you can tell it's almost a comfort item, seemingly, for the blade wielders, right? You've noticed that, like, the only person that hasn't really seemed to give a fuck is Pride, right? Really. But why does Pride need a comfort item, right?
My emotional support volcano.
Yeah, exactly.
My blankie.
Yeah, exactly. 100% is her emotional support volcano, let's face it. But yeah, like, there's just this weird stillness in the moment, right? Where, like, you can feel the breeze going between everybody, etc. Like that kind of moment of, oh, this is awkward, right? There seems to be a bit of a stagnation to the moment, and then, like, also for Kalli's benefit as well. So Kyril is, like, kind of tall and slender and has, like, long, perfectly silky, straight black hair, but is the height your character is. So when you're perceiving it,
they're just always the same.
Yeah. It's like mirroring to a degree some of your traits. So the Kyril that Lockhart looks at is probably slightly less bulky than the Kyril that, like, you know, muscled Ignysera looks at. But it's not like Kyril specifically totally mimics your physicality, mostly just the height in which you're perceiving them at. But yeah, something. Myr'ra, can you roll an intelligence check for me?
Yes.
Or an intellect test?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to use effort.
Yeah,
please
do. Yep.
Feels important. I don't have any assets.
Well, that makes this easier. Yep. Let me discuss the major effect. Would you like a major effect of some kind?
Sure. Yeah.
Like, do you have any suggestions as to what your major effect could be? Like,
well, I don't. Myr'ra was trying, like, Hannah / Myr'ra was trying to, like, think of what do we say to be like, I don't think we are being charmed. Because, like, Myr'ra feels like we wouldn't be in this situation if we had, like, surely if we were under the charm of the Fae, like, this wouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, you'd not need to go through these steps, right?
Yeah, we wouldn't be trying to convince you. You would have just been convinced.
Yeah, I mean, your major effect could easily just be you pitching that to him and him buying it, right?
Yeah.
Like, I don't mind that being a thing. Just in this one, because it's also logical enough, he would agree with that, right? Like, this is too many steps to be something the Fae can hand wave away.
Yeah, because he was always just here.
Yeah.
So Quillborn's now felt some of the effect of what the Fae magic can do. We wouldn't be trying this hard.
But none of you have said to Quillborn it wasn't planned that he was meant to be here. So to Quillborn's view, this was the plan.
Yes. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So, what I'm going to tell you, though, based on that roll, is that Kyril looks incredibly familiar now that you've realised. Had they white hair with stained black ends, their facial features are incredibly similar to a particular person you have met. You now maybe can see the form they have taken. Looks incredibly like Bran'el.
Okay. I don't know what to do with that.
Are there any pictures of Bran'el?
Probably every single place in Kitno. Not really. The Iron Roots weren't vain, so they didn't really do graven images of things. Especially considering how easily they could build stuff. They were more interested in what's the next puzzle to solve, not what's, who's got credit, basically. But, like, if you go back far enough, there'll be, like, stuff that was from 900 years ago, etc. Like, blah blah blah, right? Like, there'll definitely have been stuff written that maybe has drawings and stuff. Yeah.
I just wanted to try to see if we could establish, did Kyril look like Bran'el, or was Bran'el looking like Kyril?
So that's something you could maybe do if you get that information.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was just, if it was one of those things, like, oh yes, everyone knows the picture of the first blade. But
it's on the stamp.
Do you know who would know who the first blade looked like?
Quite a lot of people. Sloth.
Yeah, sloth, pride, yeah. Basically, all the devils, Modestolara, yep. Lundoranthrill.
Sorry, Thane, who knows?
Sorry, Thane, the answer to all our problems. I love it still.
Solution and cause of.
But yeah, so that just dawns on you now, like that. Oh, that's uncanny.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But yes, you also somehow focus enough to pitch that to Quilburn.
Yeah, like I think I probably keep looking back at am I sure? But also.
Yep. Because again, you spent a fair amount of time with Branonell, and
yeah.
while narratively it felt like it was like a 10-minute convo, a cup of tea, and then off you went. It was definitely a lot longer. It was hours you were gone. I think it was like 6 or 8 hours or something that you were away.
Yeah.
That you chatted to Branonell. But yeah, I think that's when it just dawned on you, like, oh, now that you've seen Kyril again, you're like, you do look a bit like Branonell. Yeah.
And he picked, trying to think back to when we met Kyril. Kind of didn't look like anything.
Yeah, it was like a weird formlessy thing, and then slowly as you just got closer and closer, it took on more like humanoid shapes, and then eventually, like it was like kind of, almost elven-y prototype, and then it smoothed out into Kyril. Even their hair was your hair color initially, and then it faded to this black. And
we know, oh God, so much lore. We know the devils came to the Iron Roots.
Yep.
About the Fae. So our kind of rough speculation is we think the devils did something.
Yep.
Because that's so unlike them.
Yeah. Why would they meddle in anything?
And we think it might be tied to Sloth's hell.
Yes. Hell as a salvation.
Hell as a salvation.
Yeah.
Might have done something to let the Fae in.
And I don't know if I covered that with Kalli or not when we did character gen and stuff, but Sloth's original plan was he wanted to make a world for the devils because they were cast out of heaven. And it was like, this world's not for us, this is a paper world and we're immortal beings, we'll trash it. We're going to make a world where we can all escape death and mortality. So he wanted hell, which is the root word of help in this world, and that was the whole point, was meant to be salvation away from the cycle. And they were going to make a world to all go to that saved them from that. And he was incredibly sad that it all went tits up. Yeah. I couldn't remember if I'd covered that or not, and if I did, it was ages ago. So
there was, little bits about Sloth, but I can't see any notes specifically about that.
But yeah, I don't mind covering that, because that's stuff that in that catch-up period of you getting used to everybody with the 2 weeks, you could definitely have learned that during that process. But yeah, so that's a thing. Quilburn listens to your argument and goes, I suppose that's true. Although let's not be reductive about the formalities of ceremony. He's almost like trying to go, I'm not completely wrong. Like his defensive, and there was reasons I thought this was,
To be fair to him, if Kyril had then amazing.
You're right. He's right to be cautious.
Yeah.
Let's say that.
I don't know if immediately disarming yourself with the one thing that defends you against Fae is the most cautious approach, but it's very, very Quilburn.
Big dramatic moment.
Yeah.
Bless Kyril, who was just like, I don't understand.
Why am I here again? Who's this man? Yeah.
Important.
Yeah.
To us not being.
And that's another little question.
Yeah.
What's Ignysera's first reaction to seeing a Fae?
It's the first time you've seen one.
Yeah.
It's true. Yeah.
We've been there, we've seen it.
True. But she's probably more occupied on watching Quilburn and how he's acting and how he's responding to things, that she probably doesn't have the mental capacity to focus on both at the same time. It's like, I don't know what's going on with that one. Changing all the time and same height.
Also, I wonder how much Ignysera might be thinking about or has dismissed Quilburn's offhand comment about going, maybe you'll get the sword next, who knows? He seemed quite okay with that idea, as if like the way you presented yourself at the end of that conversation when he was like, anything else to tell me, and you were very pragmatic about things. It seemed like that, spoke to him quite a bit. Hence why, brings up that conversation in the first place. And also then hopes you have nieces that cause you drama.
Nieces are full.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Quillburn then says, well, this has been unique. Kind of looks at everyone. Like, you can tell he's not super keen on taking his eyes off of Kyril. Looks back at Kyril and looks back at the gang and says, who else are we telling?
Margaret. Queen, I'd probably use her full time.
Yeah.
I'd probably just go call her Margot. Like,
Yeah. Queen Stargazer. Yeah.
yeah.
Queen Margot Stargazer. Yeah. But I probably should tell her. She's I don't know if I want to be present for that conversation, but I think maybe I should be, just in case she's not as relaxed as I am. As he's standing there imposing his head.
You'd be very
Consequences
welcome.
we will have to take with everybody.
She's like a third or maybe a half the height of him as well, which is just, yeah.
Probably ask Quillburn, like, is there anyone else that you think that it would be?
Oh, no. The less people that know this absolute political disaster waiting to happen, the better.
We thought so too, but just it's always good to check.
Oh, the elves. He kind of just looks off into the middle distance at that. Just like, oh. Have you spoken to them?
Myself.
Are you planning to? We have a vote.
They would likely find out at least during the trial, but we hadn't decided on whether it was worth trying to broach it with them beforehand, obviously.
You want Kyril to have a meet and greet with everyone?
Not necessarily.
You also saw him twinge a tiny bit when he just so casually used his name.
Oh.
But we were musing the idea of having our conversation.
He doesn't look happy about any of that. And then he goes, Margot is pragmatic, a bit like myself. Quality the swords look for, as he like side-eyes you, Ignysera. But
You also don't. I think I'm going to pause and like play agency because I'm not sure how to phrase this. But I think part of the reason that we feel we can speak to Margot and Quillburn is yes, we have personal connections to them, but also they weren't in the Fey War.
Yeah.
I think there's an element of, even if our argument is correct, and we can argue, but at least it's like, even if it's pragmatic, we're not dealing with like personal feelings about a conflict you were in.
Yeah, what's the benefit to the elves in that situation? 2 of which were at the Fey War and 1 wasn't, right?
Yeah.
So you've technically got someone that's less likely to have, active trauma rather than generational trauma, right? Because, Erdoarnon wasn't in the Fey War.
Mm-hmm.
They are a lot younger than the other 2.
But I think with that, my first reaction whenever we released Kyril was, I don't want anything to do with that. My elven background says I want nothing to do with this. I don't want to make a deal. I will not go against what everybody else is doing, but this is not my place. I think that would be the elven.
And that makes sense, right? Because I think that's what most people's take should have been, generally based on the stories they've been told for generations, right? It's just you've then got people like Scott and Hannah that are like, Fae deals. Yeah.
It seems so fun.
Yeah.
And we had to let him out of prison.
Yeah, exactly.
I felt guilty.
Yeah. It all makes perfect sense to me, and that's what's led us to this moment. It's great. And yeah, I think Colburn looks a bit, about the whole thing. Well, I don't imagine Queen Margot would appreciate being summoned to the woods, do you? How do you intend to facilitate this? He gestures to Chiral in the woods.
We had, similar to you, reached out with my parents' house as a meeting point. Maybe some of us return there and then talk to her. And then, on the assumption she would also like to meet Chiral. I look at him apologetically for saying his name, but I'm also like...
Kyle just smiles when you look at him.
Yeah.
Like...
Then we can return here.
Then perhaps I should wait here with Chiral.
I look at Chiral.
And like, he kind of he says that, but then goes, I do not think it would be responsible of me as a defender of this world against his kind. Or their kind, I think they would say. Against their kind. If I were to leave them unaccompanied. He does that. He's trying to be polite around the fact that it's like, I would literally be committing a crime if I just walked away.
Committing the crime that we
yeah.
This trials. I think Myr'ra will look at Chiral to be like, is that okay with you?
Kyle just looks confused about the whole situation. Am I to wait here?
I think that would greatly help.
Then
I will send you both a message if it's not needed.
I look forward to your return. And Quillburn's like, don't let Margot talk your ears off.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to think, do we want to give them books? Do we want to be like, we've got these? Have a picnic.
I think Quillburn's got enough where he could thoroughly enjoy talking about with Chiral. He's probably one of the most well-read people in the city.
I'd probably just turn to Quillburn first and just be like, do you wish me to stay?
No. If I'm arrested, it's probably best you're not doubly charged.
Yeah, quite right.
Yep. He seems so glib about the whole thing, like, as if... You can tell, like, he isn't... Like, yeah, he's not super precious about his job either, because, he doesn't really like being king. Like, he'll do it because the sword picked him, and that's, like, a noble thing to do, but also but the cool magic city. Like, the arcana tricks.
Cool magic stuff in the magic school.
Yeah. So...
Can we give him Posey? It's like, here. It's like the equivalent of a magazine.
Posey would be very interesting to him.
Well, Posey's with KT.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't actually know if Posey made it to the Arcana Tricks or not.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
It's on the list of things to ask. When we make it. With the plant. We're still a plant. This is all happening with Nori just holding a pot plant.
You could ask them to look at the plant for you if you wanted, yeah. But I don't think you'd want to give it away.
Not to people who, Quillburn might be too interested in this.
Come back to, like, Quillburn rolling it up, like, but you're meant to make use of its medicinal properties.
Got us into this, bro.
Yeah, but there's a lot of details you haven't told him, so it's fine. Okay, so anyway.
And nobody's asked about the plant.
No. You're just holding it like an emotional support plant. Which it is for itself.
I'm an elf with a plant.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not going to question that, are
Not at all.
He's the emotional support elf for the plant.
Yeah, exactly. Right, anyway, so I guess Margot time, yeah?
Yeah.
It's peanut butter Margot
as we're
time.
walking away, As we're walking away, I'm going to nudge Lockhart, and I'm going to say, "You should stay here. I know Margot's reaction to you just seems to set her off in one." So, and then I'll dodge away as though I'm joking.
And I think Lockhart would probably respond like, "Yes, this may require a slightly more," and probably will do like different face.
Yeah, like your expression just shifts type situation.
Yeah, like stands up, like goes from being this sort of a bit.
Yeah, business mode Lockhart. Yeah.
Well, that is something that the Lockhart character is almost as much a character to Lockhart as it is to Alexander. Like, it's just a way to generally get people to talk and not consider them too like threatening. But like, when you're being like diplomatic, Lockhart is quite pragmatic about there's different ways to approach different people. And even when there was that time when we did speak to Queen Margot, there was like a few where like even Lockhart did just do a few like, no, you do know what we're not trying to like screw you on this. I can't remember what it was, but there was.
No, yeah, like there's definitely been nuance to the Lockhart presentation. Yeah, like I think it's probably again something that's quite easily forgotten about Lockhart is the actual threat he presents generally, when it comes to mind magic bullshit.
Yeah, you just don't remember the other Lockhart that you've seen.
The many faces of Lockhart and the one we remember.
He's a fae!
Oh no! The many faces. Yes, so anything else on the way back to the house?
I think Myr'ra might, like, very quietly, so I don't want to alarm anyone. Just, and I'd really like to ask him about it when we're not in the middle of, she gestures vaguely at the entire city,
Yep.
And goes, but just this time, Tyrell kind of looks like Bran and Elle. Just so everyone's got that information. I don't know why, and I'd quite like to ask either one of them about it, maybe. But maybe we get through this bit first. But just so we're all aware. Myr'ra looks concerned about the whole thing.
Understandable.
There'll be perfectly reasonable explanations. There'll be perfectly unreasonable explanations as well.
Any response?
I don't know how to respond to that.
Yeah, like maybe
No.
maybe it's just that look of like middle distance dread.
Yeah.
I think Lockhart would. It's like, there are several inferences that could be made from that. Lockhart, Kyril.
The Fae, Lockhart.
Kyril appears differently to us all, based upon ourselves to a degree. It might suggest that he is taking from you some awareness of Bran and Elle, and is reflecting that now back to you. Could be an inference that Bran and Elle is more aware of what's going on right at this moment than we may be comfortable with.
I gesture at the ring on my hand.
Yeah, that is an inference. Say, sorry. Or an alternative is that, having seen Bran now, you can recognize his characteristics in ways that we cannot, and so you are seeing perhaps another layer of Kyril that we are unable to perceive, and the two may have a more shared history than we understand.
Maybe a problem for another day. But Myr'ra looks concerned, like, maybe there are no more other days. But I just thought you should all be aware with all the plates we're spinning.
Could Lockhart make a check to see if it was something that he knew a description of, Brandon?
Yeah, like, I don't see why not. I would say just roll a d20 though, and we'll see if it's something that's came up as a concept, because I don't think you'd have had any reason to look up pictures of Brandon, would you have? In Lockhart's lifespan.
No, but how much did we actually see him though when he was battling?
You saw nothing of him. He was all covered in like grey smoke.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
And that's why it's sort of important as one of us that is trying to remember what it's described he looked like from back then, not what he might look like now.
I think you could roll, I guess, history, right? You could roll a history, and you could easily I could describe the Iron Root descriptions rather than anything else.
Because it could also be that it could be like we've only met one Iron Root.
Mm-hmm.
Like there could be a level of maybe all the Iron Roots looked quite similar.
Yeah.
But Hannah's conspiracy wall is. How can I tie Sir Ethane into it?
With conspiracy thread. That's how.
Okay.
Was history one of the skills you took?
Yes.
It
so
was.
if you scroll down to the bottom, I did write it even in at the time. Administration.
Oh no, I just remembered. That's why I was like, I suggested history, because I knew that was something you'd mentioned previously. It's just given your state of flux with your character sheet.
So
More Fey every day. You're sounding. I'll have to say. Mm-hmm.
So I also have finished the sheet.
Okay, I believe you. Many others wouldn't. See the motivation that it gets when you want to level up.
Yeah.
What's your total?
That is a total of 11.
Okay, yeah. Iron Roots were tall, pale, with black hair. I mean, obviously Cairo's the height you are when you look at him for anyone, but he fits the bill. But that's very vague, right? Like other people have been tall with dark hair and pale. Like, yeah.
And I suppose it would make like some sense for Cairo to have met Iron Roots.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean there was a whole war.
Locked away. Yeah, like he was locked away in the Fey War.
Yeah.
Not.
Yeah, he was in and took part in the Fey War.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
he is technically a prisoner of war, just on the side he was originally fighting on.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Double agented.
One thing we don't actually know is how long it took him to switch.
Yeah.
Not that time really matters, but like, yeah, him switching. How much damage did he do?
Yeah.
Or did he do any? Did he immediately be like, "This is terrible"? So yeah.
Who knows?
Mm-hmm.
He knows. But
so.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like I guess you know enough to know that he's like only he didn't really just consciously object. He deliberately took steps to undo the Fae.
Yeah, and gave us weapons.
Yeah.
Against them.
You'd need to do more specific research to get like a definite answer, but you're like, oh, I could see that. Like, but it might again that leap of logic thinking. Well, they were around when the Iron Root were a lot. That's if they didn't have a form and they came in.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's
it's interesting that it might be an Iron Root and not a devil.
Yeah.
Who were potentially the first we thought they'd met.
Yeah.
That's quite interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, does the histories go into how long the Fae lived on the world before it became war? Is that an automatic reaction?
So the Fae weren't part of this world. That's what people have been told. So like literally the information people have access to is the devils raised the alarm that the Fae were invading. and then the Iron Roots went absolutely not. And then they formed the entire system of government. They built a city to defend as a massive fortress. They put the table in place. They got some rulers in place. They started the whole war machine to defend everyone.
That's fine.
Quite quickly, as well. You look like you're suspicious there, Alexander.
Yeah, and Palpatine just happened to get this clone army quickly. There's no shenanigans in between the two.
Well, luckily, thanks to Disney's upcoming show about Saifa Diaz, we're gonna have that.
I feel like we also sort of had that suspicion anyway because of all the stuff with the. Again, I'm going to call it like the cradle of life because I can never.
The soul well.
The soul well. I'll write it down.
Yeah.
And there was a whole bunch of things with that as well. Where we were then, and like this could have been a whole plot by the devils.
Yes. So the soul well was made with like the Iron Roots and the devils working together. So it was like a weird mix of like the ingenuity of the Iron Roots and the celestial magic of the devils themselves, and obviously had the massive capacity to fuck with people's souls, and infuse people with power. It seemed because the plan, obviously, you have witnessed the soul well bringing 2 people back to life. And that seemed to tax pride quite significantly, despite being one of the strongest people you know. But also they had been locked in a cupboard for 2 years, effectively. So there is that. Might have been hungry. But we've also...
Just just teleported, ripped a celestial apart.
Yeah.
Busy day.
Lots of big stuff. Broke heals, as well. Took Joy's heals. Ended up with like the matching set. So, lots of big things. But, yeah, it's hard to say really if there was any malicious intent on the devil's part, really. Feels like a weird sentence to say out loud, right? Malicious intent on the devil's part, right? Own agenda. Sloth being exiled due to some kind of disagreement between the devils.
Sloth seeming very, very guilty and sad.
Oh, guilty and sad. So guilty, so sad. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which could just be survivor's guilt. Could be.
Oh yeah. Definitely seemed fond of Branonel from the conversations, because he was the one that basically revealed they were the first blade, right, to you guys. So it was like, yeah, like they had so much melancholy about that whole situation. So yeah, they definitely kind of seem to have some kind of relationship in some way with Branonel, because he was the representation the devils had. He's considered like their eldest sibling, Sloth. I think he's learned that much, because I think I said he was the eldest and Wrath the youngest. Is how that kind of divvies up. But that doesn't really mean much to people that don't have ages, right? It just is a weird thing with the devils and the celestials. So yeah, I think any other questions relating to the soul well or the Fae introduction? Because I guess, Chris, like, there wasn't really they were hanging around the world and then they went to war. There just seemed to be, oh, they're here, fuck, everything, every alarm goes off, right? The Iron Roots are on this, don't worry about it. Yeah.
Saying there was an invasion.
Well, the devil said that, according to the history books. But the history books were definitely written more by devils than Iron Root. Let's put it that way.
Or would you describe it as the invasion?
I wouldn't describe it as the Wednesday game, the invasion, no. Wednesday nights at 7. On the past. 7-ish, yeah. So, yeah. Anyway, we've stalled enough, right? We can go talk to Margot now, right? Yeah, Margot? Yeah, cool. Right. Any other stops before you get back to the...
Should we get ice cream?
You could, yeah.
I take it the Arcantrix isn't on the way.
You just could go via the Arcantrix. Why would you want to?
I think we should go and talk to Mark.
These are effectively wanted people.
Yeah. The longer we faff around, the more we might get actually arrested.
Ignysera was effectively almost arrested until the uncle was like, I'm her uncle. Like, yeah.
Well, that's the thing. We haven't passed through the town, have we? We've just been We went. No, we went. Yeah.
He's
but now
portaled
we are on the
in.
way back.
He's portaled into
Yeah.
like a fairly central point because Pride's not going to walk a long way to get to her job, and then he's pretty much scarpered to the Whitehall, delivered Noya, ran to Myr'ra's house, have been there and have been portaled outside the city by Quilburn, and now you just have to walk back in the south gate. So yeah, you're gonna have to walk through a bit of the city to get back to Myr'ra's, which is fine. It just means you have to be quick about it.
We hustle.
With this plant.
On the way, do we think it would be useful if we telepathically linked? Because if so, I will do that as we hustle.
Are you gonna link the night bloom?
Yes.
Oh, I totally want to do that. That feels like that would derail us again.
Would you mind linking with plants and my RPs derail anything, Hannah?
But what about the plants?
What's the heart of the city? What? No.
Maybe not right now.
Okay.
The idea is there.
Yeah. Damn it! Why haven't I tried to mind read Lunar Bloom yet?
Hey, using the psychics in the group, it's your problems.
So true. Add that to the list.
Oh, yeah, I really want to do that before we lose. Lunar Bloom.
What do you mean lose? You have it. What's it going to happen to it?
Shenanigans.
Okay, so anyway, you
So
get back to the
we're-
place, right? You're not going anywhere else. You get ice cream. You get back to Myr'ra's. What was that going to be a wee
message-
detour? Was that going to be a detour there, Alexander? No? Yes?
No, I was worried it wasn't going to be as simple as we just get back there. But if we just get back there, I'm not going to argue.
Good. Yes, yes. These are surreptitious enough that you can avoid patrols.
Okay. Me and Nori, rock, paper, scissors. Who has to message Margot? I don't mind. I can do it.
Okay.
Okay. I will roll my D10.
Hey!
And I say, Queen Margot, if you are available, we are at my house.
Yeah, and like...
Sorry if there's a dog sound.
That's okay. Dog sounds are fine. So yeah, she replies and she says, "I'll be in the courtyard." Yeah, no worries. So yeah, she says, "I'll be in the courtyard." In like 10 minutes, basically.
I get out the dwarven chairs.
And there's like one of those like flips the chair through, so it like folds back in itself, so it gets rid of like the tail hole for the Draconics, and then you know, I don't know how it becomes
Does it
more
get lowered
different.
down?
Yeah.
It's like things where I can take the tables and the table's short.
They have like a footstool that just is built into the way the chair's set, so you can step up onto them. Yeah, and then yeah, like as you see, like Margot is outside waiting, looking like cloaked on, big hood up. Like they clearly look like a very noble dwarven lady, right? You know, hammer on their hilt, like on their belt, sorry, and stuff like that as well. With this like fairly like, I guess, unassuming cloak over them, as if they've just grabbed something and yeah, exactly, like the Thor thing. So yeah, not fooling really anyone if they actually paid more attention, but it's also Cascade City. There are weirder people walking around.
And a lot has happened today.
Yeah, and some people might be talking about the fact that the King of the Dragons is at the South Gate.
So true.
Yeah.
Hustle.
Yeah, he's hard to hide. He's a big guy. So,
Okay.
who
We
goes
open the door to Margot.
about bloody time?
Sorry.
I hope you've put the kettle on. Don't like hand you a cloak, just pulls over her head, like just
Yeah.
awkwardly.
The kettle will absolutely be on. There'll already be tea on the table.
Actually, oh, I downed them.
Oh,
Said
maybe
them.
there won't be. We doubt that.
Oh no! I gestured too hard.
She like starts like fixing her hair from having pulled the cloak over herself. And she goes, "Take good care. That's a family heirloom. That is." Chuckles to herself, and like slaps her shoulder and goes, "I'm kidding," and then walks by and goes, "Well, where are we set up?" Like rubs her hands together as if like pretending to get a heat, even though it's like the afternoon at this point. Kind of looks back at you as if, "Where am I going?"
I lead her into like meeting
Yeah.
drawing room type. There's tea and nibbles. I've probably stressed maybe over 10 minutes.
Yeah, just well, hello everyone.
Your Highness.
Nods.
Margot?
Nods. Well, yeah, formalities are lovely. Letter was vague. Let's make it less vague.
We have been summoned to,
Yep, I know that bit.
and we would like to impress upon you why.
Right. Just sits down at that. Like, adjusts the chair, sits in it, like, readies herself, and then just, like, leans. And just stares at you, Lockhart, going, "Hit me with it."
We have consorted with Fae.
Ah, fuck.
I love her.
You can see, like, her hand is instinctively, like, moved to the hilt of the hammer as well. And she, like, unbuckles it and just sits it on, like, the arm of the chair. It's like, go on.
There are flaws with the Iron Laws.
Okay,
And
good. Yep, starting strong. Mm-hmm.
our understanding of the Fae is not as it seems.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We can also give you evidence in the form of access, if you believe that.
Oh, okay. What does that mean? Access if I want... What?
Would you like to meet the Fae?
No! Why the fuck would I want to meet the Fae? You idiot.
Because this one's different.
I'm out of this conversation.
Oh, really? Different? Happy
Yes.
days!
This one is
I
this
love
one.
Margot.
This is very unprofessional of us.
I almost think we do this in character. On the level of like, it's so,
Like, so nonsense.
we've been- yeah, we've been so like, this is so important, and not just like pop the balloon. Oh,
I've been waiting for this. I fucking love Margot. It's about this Colborn and Margot's like juxtaposition so good. Colborn's like, "A mystery, you say? I like mysteries. I want to be involved in this mystery. I'm too involved in this mystery." Whereas Margot's like, "Why the fuck am I talking? Stop talking!"
yeah, because she was the same last time.
Yeah.
We can explain to you. She's like, I don't want to know.
Yeah, exactly. Don't involve me. Less.
Less information. Oh god.
At least she's consistent.
So true, so true. Oh, okay.
And like she takes your tea like cup thing that you offer her, and she sniffs. "No, something stronger. Like, come on."
Yeah, I go and
Like,
get
yeah.
like, brandy, whiskey. What would we like?
Yes,
I open,
those.
like, Mum's cabinet. And just take anything. Anyone who needs a drink gets a drink.
She like empties the teacup out into the
Rage.
lunar bloom, and then just is like shaking it in front of you with the two, like the whiskey and the brandy. It's like, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Like just downs it and goes, "Oh, it doesn't mix so well."
No.
At
then-
least she acknowledged the lunar bloom.
Yeah,
That's a
she
bonus.
did. Yep,
So there we go. We've got 2 more days.
yep. And she kind of goes, sits the teacup down like very carefully, and then sits back in the chair a bit and just like rubs like the kind of bead of sweat off her forehead and goes, "What?"
Would you like to know more?
I don't know. Give me a minute. Just like stares off at a part of the room that nobody's standing in. And then just like, you can see like she's working through something in her head, right? Because she's got like eye movements and stuff. Yeah, like top up the drink.
That's all.
She's like, her hand just goes to the cup because she's staring at that spot and just drinks it. And then like taps to the cup lip, like off her lip, sorry. And then she kind of just goes, "Let's go through this again. So you're guilty, but the law is wrong. And you have a fae you want me to meet. So I'm guilty too.
if you would like to meet, the laws rest upon shaky ground. However, if you would rather, in the interest of stability within the table...
Are we playing a drinking game for that, Alexander? Because I think we could be, right? Like, every time you manage to get that in for the stability of the table. Hey!
When I asked you, can I have that as a quote? That was very much...
Oh, I knew what it was, yeah. I knew the direction.
It is in quotation marks in here.
You keep flashing the book.
Stability of the table, yep.
Stability of the table, this could be an entirely internal matter within Dink. Should that be... should you influence the table in that decision, it should never have to come to your attention again.
And she kind of looks like she's about to just disagree entirely with you. And she goes, "No, I don't think you've really grasped the situation here, have you, Dourf? Yeah. The Fae is a problem for the world, not just the table. That's the point of the Iron Laws, is that regardless of us mortals, the Fae represent..." She kind of shakes her head a bit as if she's like felt like she said the Fae too much. She goes, "Do you know what happened during the Fae War? Have you read the survivor accounts? I don't really know how we won."
And we have spoken to individuals that were at the Fae War.
So we've all spoke to that elf. She like corrects herself. We've all spoke to elves. She says very like, "Yep, remember your place, you're not that drunk." She just looks as if... You can tell she's wanting more answers, but you can tell she doesn't want to ask for more answers at the same time. Because she's like, I don't actually want to know more, but I can't not know. There's that like going on in her face. And she then says, "What would come from me meeting a Fae? Other than actual nightmares?"
You would meet him.
Him!
And that's a lot of... Oh. Myr'ra's had a long day. And she's going to sort of like pause and start a sentence again. Goes, as Lockheart has said, by the letter of the law, we are guilty. But in the spirit, he is different. The Fae is this entity larger than...
Margot laughs when you say like he's different, right? But she laughs and I kind of like, oh my god, like kind of...
Yeah.
But...
Yeah.
It then goes, but like, no, it kind of goes on longer than it's a dismissal laugh. It seems like it's really tickled her, and she goes, "By definition, the Fae are different. Always. That's why they were so scary."
Yes, but they were also all and every, and he seems to be, and again, she's gonna pause, but people seem like hung up on his individuality, so she's like an individual.
She looks confused by that, obviously. She's like,
yeah, fair. Like, that's a big thing. He helped us in the Fae War and was banished because of it and locked away.
Right. Okay. Proof?
What
We've
proof
seen
do
the
we?
prison.
Well done, Nori.
And where was this? Fae prison. So conveniently placed for this story.
On top of a mountain.
If you wanted to tell her, it was the Roxfall Mountain.
Yeah.
It was up there. It's
On top of Roxfall Mountain.
And what's it doing all the way up there?
That
Got
we
to
don't have
assume-
the answer to.
They thought no one would find it.
Oh, they were wrong.
Sorry, was the Roxfall Mountain potentially where the silver first came? Or was that something we don't know?
You could infer that, but you don't know, right? But you could infer that's where the meteor hit, right? Yeah. Effectively, you could assume that, since that is the silver mine, it seems. And where the Silverthorn Elves live. Because their forest's right next to it. Did they forget like they were right next to where the silver lives? I put the foundation work. I put all the foundational work in, guys. Come on. But yeah. So she seems skeptical. Is probably the best mood you can garner from our word experience, but she hasn't stormed out yet, and she's kind of just shaking her head and goes, "So you met a Fae locked up because they helped us against their own kind, and you just thought, well, I'll just let you out." Yeah. Seemed like a decent fellow. How do you know that's 900 years old? It's decent. Estelara will remember this. Like,
Fair.
You can tell Myr'ra has absolutely no fucking time for the elves, like specifically the elder elves.
She's on our side.
This feels like the wrong thing to say, but it makes it feel like it's the right thing to say to her. It was not just 900 years, it was 900 years of torture. So we is maybe not what Lockheart would say.
No, this is the bit that does implicate Vermi quite a lot. So I'm trying to avoid mentioning.
Well, just to sort of agency that, we don't want to implicate the Vermi pride part.
Yes.
But I don't... Vermi is already implicated in knowing of...
Yeah, so Vermi is already under, scrutiny because of harbouring a Fae, because Thane reported that. And so, also, reported the fact that I have been, co-opted in by these other lovely individuals. Even mentioning the Roxfall mountain range, anyone that reads the reports of the Bronze-Maned Lions army and subsequent Queen's Rise upcoming town, there's a lot of... It wouldn't take a lot of work mentally to join the dots, so none of that ties it to pride, though.
Yeah. So that's the only sort of distinction we need to make.
Yeah, they're still good so far.
Player agency.
Yeah.
Margot is aware of the resurrection of Queen Loudon.
Yep. Same with
Can we
Helborn.
link all that together in her mind?
Yeah, because they were aware that you needed them to get the soul well, right? You needed them to open the soul well. And obviously they were involved in the fight with the Farron as well. Margot kicked Farron ass. So, with definitely not Mjolnir.
So, yeah, okay, then Nori will maybe go... Queen Vermi. We were assisting her as you remember, Queen Loudon was resurrected at the Soulwell.
She waves a hand and goes, I don't like to remember much about that day.
No, none of us do.
Yes, you're a bit too cozy with other council members, I think. I'm not speaking of Loudon or Lightscale. And she says Lightscale so vaguely that she could have meant Quilburn or Vermi. Yeah. And she clearly means yous are too cozy to pride for her liking. Yous all knew that.
She's asking why we let it out.
Yeah, you thought, I'll just let it out then. It's been locked up by its own kind, so even the scary nightmare monsters of infinite potential thought this guy's bad. And you've went, cool, out you come, bud.
I think I'm going to try and build on what Lockhart said about the torture and just go. I was trying to think of a word that wasn't inhumane, but an equivalent of that.
You
would
can say that,
sensible
and yeah,
flow.
you can just say that. Yeah,
Yeah.
we know the context. Right.
Yeah, like
Yeah, but I know her
was-
response. But it's not
yeah.
human.
yeah, it was a torture that should be on no being. We could not, in good conscience, leave something there like that.
She she isn't
And
deep
this has
thought
all
of that.
come to.
And you go, sorry. Please keep going.
Right, I was going to say, and this has all come to light because we went a little step further and helped heal it after it had been injured, trying to support our aims of holding together the table.
You've hung about with Lockhart too long, Nori. I don't quite like the way you're thinking these days. Can I
4
just...
seasons.
4 arcs, yeah, it rubs off on you. Yeah.
Dare I say
Yep.
if there is a look of pride.
Oh, I bet. And then Margot then kind of just thinks to herself and goes, I don't like any of this. Why is it always you lot?
I think I'd definitely just shrug, like, I don't know what we were just sent to a town.
Also, regardless of that, thank you all for the other thing.
We're sorry, we didn't manage to do it completely cleanly.
He kind of shrugs and goes, from what I gather, we've got bigger problems on that front.
Mm-hmm.
Mm. Your grandmother was in touch, by the way. Thanks for that.
Oh, yeah, that's new to me.
I didn't
too.
know you were her granddaughter. How am I meant to know that? If I'd known that, I could have told you. She's the bloody one that set up the thing in the first place.
Oh, yeah, that would have been. Yeah, there's a whole gesture at
And
the
she's...
house.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. I knew she was my grandma.
Even
I
if I'd
didn't
known
know-
your bloody address.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I didn't know that's who she was either. I've only met her through letters till this meeting.
I'll try the brandy now. Thank you.
There you go. This might have been from Grandma.
And she goes, but yeah, just that like almost closed loop of, yeah, also that was a thing that yous were doing for me, which acknowledges that not everything's been undone by Fae bullshit, right? Like
Yeah.
she's still aware
Yeah.
yous have done that for her. That's still a thing that is in the world. And she goes, I heard there's a serial killer on the loose. Confirmed, it seems.
Targeting Barlen. The people who've made deals.
No offense, but I feel like they brought that on themselves. It's just like, doesn't give a fuck.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that, that one.
Well, and then, like, well, she'd literally would say, different if it was the Helborn she was attacking. They didn't make the choice, you know? I'd say if there was a serial killer going around killing people that's selling their souls, maybe I'd make the deal part of me not being able to be killed by a serial killer. You'd like, clearly in a rant of, these are idiot people. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
KT, I think Myr'ra thinks of KT, like, yes. Maybe that's how he phrased his deal.
And Mark goes, anyway, that's by the by. I hear the Ava Raptor bird got to where it needed to go. You're welcome for that. As far as I was concerned, our slates were cleared then. Then you sort of went out of your way and helped with the other situation. So yes, I'm not unaware of my debt to you all. It remains unbalanced. But this is a lot. So which one of you are pushing me down the stairs? She chuckles to herself. She goes, because I don't really want to go to that meeting. Because effectively, you've just told me you're guilty.
It all comes down to the interpretation of that law.
Chuckles and she goes, I bet.
it will still come down to you to vote on how you deem the trial, for lack of a better term.
Yeah.
And if you believe that the the stability of the table is best served by us being seen as guilty, then by all means, then that's the judgment you to find. If you think that the spirit of the law for us to continue and perhaps write some new laws, some with this new information that has been brought
Oh,
to
with a
us.
little wee addendum being like, oh, I'm Lockhart, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, we'll add that in
That's
as
a good
well.
start.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, we can make that work, Lockhart, yeah. After you've pushed me down those stairs.
Sounds like a fair bargain.
She chuckles to herself, goes, I'd like to see you try. Like, under her breath, like in almost a very playful way of, that would be funny, because then she'd have an excuse to hit you. But yeah, she kind of like, roll persuasion, I guess is the best thing I can say here.
Okay, so this is where I am going to obviously ask. So I did, in that, like, I managed to get it all written in before we hit record. But can I use my, what's that, not improvement, advancement? This is asking.
What would your advancement have been?
To increase the effort.
Why the fuck
Because
not?
I'm going to want lots.
Yeah, why not? Because I can't wait for you to be tired, so when you go into the trial, you have no points left over.
You tricked me.
Yeah.
Okay, this is a persuasion
Yep.
and a specialized, essentially.
I'd be surprised if you weren't at this point. And you know she's already in a better disposition about the whole thing because she feels she owes you guys. Do you know what I mean? Like, so she's also just saying, but you've just told me you're guilty. What am I meant to do with that? Like, that's not easy to work with.
No. But what we want you to do is acknowledge that we're guilty for the right reason.
And the law is dumb.
The law is done because it didn't anticipate Cairo. He's a puppet.
33.
So 33, I think.
Yeah, that's what my very quick math got me to. Yeah.
I love it.
And yeah, I think you make your pitch. And what flavour is that pitch aimed at? Like, how are you specifying it? I don't need you to word it perfectly, I just mean what's the angle on the persuade? Is just the law needs updated? Is that really, that's the angle it seems to be? Because that's what I was basing that role requirement on, really.
Yeah, that's how it felt in that moment. Whether it was the full plan or not, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
That's how it came out.
Yeah, like we need to update the laws to actually account for what's actually currently happening, not what happened 900 years ago, effectively.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that if we get viewed as individuals,
So
he should still be. So yeah, he should still get the right to be treated as an individual, even if his species weren't.
Yeah, and like he might in fact be the last of his kind, right? Like even if that includes all of them. Like
Yeah.
Chris, were you gonna say something there?
Also on that then, yeah, Lockhart and his knowledge of the law. We know in the UK there are many stupid laws out there. Swans can walk in the street and you can't, whatever. Or would there be any dwarven laws that you could highlight that were, and the dwarves found stupid, so they changed them? That would maybe be a good take to go with
Okay.
Margot. You realised that when you came to rule that this law was stupid, so you changed it. You're in a
I
similar
mean,
situation.
you probably imagine all of the members of the table's governments have done that, right, over time. Like things have had to be updated based on new information and advancements and cultural shifts and whatever. So that's probably not something
And
that's
stupidity.
100%, right? Just ignorance to a bigger picture, right? Like our small pond way of thinking meant these rules made sense, but when you apply it on a continental scale, it doesn't work. And so we had to update that. Like the humans might have had a law that says if you kill another human being, you are guilty, but then somebody killed an elf, and they're like, well, technically, you know. So things had to get adjusted, blah blah blah. So yeah,
Precisely.
but I feel like the 33 is probably covering this, right? And I think that's, you know, enough of that could be pulled in with that mentality of we know these people know the law. Like Queen Margot wouldn't have been Queen Margot if it wasn't for the fact that she should have to have learned some law. Do you know what I mean? To become queen. You'd think, with these magic swords and blades and hammers and such.
Or just friend.
Well, you would think the Five Blades would want people that could rule, right? And whether that's your knowledge of the law or your wisdom generally or your approach to life, like, it seems to have picked reasonably decent people from history, right? Like, it's not like it's picked, Ivan the Terrible. Do you know what I mean? And it was like, what was it? I was just really bad at making tea. Like, the council hated him. And he always offered as well. So, yeah, like, yeah, fucking Ivan. But with things like this scene, you can see Margot is incredibly, like, torn with, like, duty to the fucking realm she's been trained for her whole life and her time as queen, being like, Fae, bad, always bad, no exception. You guys are like, what about all these exceptions?
Do we want to throw out if he was going to do, like, he would have done it. Like, he has been out in the world and the world has not ended.
He has been injured for a long time.
I know, but not for like the last 4 days. 2 days? 3 days?
Days.
Days.
Not for the last period of time.
Do we want to say Quilburn's with him now? She's probably not going to go with it.
It might make her want to meet him more.
Ignysera relate Quilburn's meeting? Could we pass that along?
I suppose she's kind of mentioned, like, I suppose I would. Yeah, I wouldn't give everything that we said to her, probably, because I don't know her as well. But I'd say that we have also met with Quilburn, and although he is wary of the Fae, they met with them, and the world didn't end.
Your world didn't end. That's her reply to that. Lots of quite concerning things have happened in the last couple of days. I'm sure you are all aware, given that you've got a wizard amongst you, that the Grand Master is no longer with us. She, like, mutters a dwarven prayer of some kind. Some, like, embrace the light or whatever, in dwarven. And then she says, so yes, maybe subtler things that you're not so aware of have been happening according to this Fae's machinations that we couldn't possibly see through. That is the way of the Fae. But I will not deny that laws need updated. That much I can agree with. Everything needs to be relevant. And a 900-year-old man with a grudge, not relevant.
Myr'ra just thinks about running out.
And no, don't say that out loud. Do not say that out loud.
But you also get the impression she probably means him, right? Because he's the one that wrote the laws.
Made the laws, yeah.
Yeah. Or at least enforced
Margot,
them.
It is also very easy to accuse the Fae of these things. Until yesterday, until now, would you have accused the death of Master Gemble as being Fae related?
If there was evidence of it, yes.
But if you didn't know that there was a Fae here, who would you have accused then?
If someone had said to me that the mysterious circumstances surrounding someone's death were unexplainable even through magics aware to his peers, then yes, the answer would seemingly be Fae in nature, by its very definition, which is a ludicrous thing to say about the Fae. Definition. Pa.
I think Myr'ra will lean forward at that and be like, is that the circumstances surrounding his death?
I don't know, I'm just...
Okay.
Waves vaguely at the room.
Yeah, just after all the unexplained magic around the crystals dropped by our visiting dignitaries, there's been a lot of strange magic.
Oh, one of them's turned up in Dagda. Bloody all the way there. No, thank you very much. Send it straight back.
One of the gems, not one of the Rakasha.
No, one of the gems.
Okay.
Yeah. Boxes up the cat. Back you go.
She would.
Yeah, 100%.
Have you spoken to anybody about these gems?
Well, I've had the reports, obviously. All the council members have had the reports. Bloody nuisance. These things. Do you know anything about that? Oh, of course you bloody know about that, don't you? Well...
We were in the process of investigating them before we were sent
Who are you people?
on other...
On whose authority?
Broad shoulders, my dear, broad shoulders.
She chuckles at that. You can see that there's a cheeky look in her face, like, oh, I'm in too crazy a mood to complain about you calling me my dear. Like, there's that level of whimsy of, you're getting away with it now, you scamp.
That's how I ended up in the Queen's bedroom. Moving on.
It's just another queen.
Teleport for that.
Yeah. But yeah, so she just seems like she's like, what? Who are these people? Because also she hired you guys as well. Like it's sinking in. She's like, who are you? Also, Alexander, I assume you like.
At the right place and time.
1 second, Chris. Like, so Alexander, I assume you got the actual acknowledgement of your 33 as well in all of this conversation. Was that she did say, yeah, laws do need up to date. Like they need to be.
Yeah.
Like that has been a very notable shift, right?
Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, a very. That's okay. But yeah, a very notable shift in like her like outlook, and now she's like, who the fuck are you people? Why are you involved in everything? But yeah, just as it wasn't like you didn't think the 33 didn't achieve anything. It was just there was a lot going on at the same time. Nori, what were you saying to dear Margot?
People in the wrong place. You may consider it, but we work hard to achieve and find answers.
Well, I'm sure there's 59 refugees that were quite pleased at you being in the wrong place. So.
My point exactly.
Extortion, I see. Chuckles to
No,
herself. She's you can tell she's fucking with you.
Yeah. The reality is, we don't expect anything. We are only putting the facts in front of you. How you...
You're putting the facts that have been put in front of you in front of me. That's from what I can see. None of this is something you can prove.
But that brings us back to the Lockheart's original conversation. Do you want to meet the...
Just like stares at the hammer on like the armrest. There's like an awkward silence for like 30 seconds. Has Quillburn met him?
Still with them. They're still together.
Mm.
The world hasn't ended since we've came to meet you.
So not only have you implemented your queen, you've implemented the king of the dragons.
Nobody needs to know that.
Oh, well, they bloody know it now, don't they?
And the blade of... and you would use a prominent... Is it the Draconics?
Yeah, the Draconics, yeah.
Yeah. And the blade of the Draconics and the blades of the humans have not left either of their sides. Clearly the will of the blades is in the continuing use.
Yeah, but you've just said that law needs updated, so why are we even trusting some bloody sword? And she like pushes her hammer off the armrest and it hits the floor with a thud. You're like, you trying to argue yourself, Lockhart? I was on your side a moment ago.
Well, one law at a time, surely.
I'm resisting making the obvious joke, by the way. I'm very proud of myself. It's Margot, not Shirley. Shirley was my sister. But yeah, like, so she's like seemingly like pick a lane is her attitude now. Like, you can't just say laws need updated but trust the swords from the fucking 900-year-old laws. Like, you know, you can't have both, Lockhart. So yeah, she seems slightly less convinced.
The swords are meant to protect. The laws are meant to advise.
Lockhart, you need to stay away from him.
I look at Laurie and going, "What the fuck did that come from?"
Lockhart, you stay away from this child. Shakes her head at you.
I've been monitoring his career with great interest.
I'm just, yeah.
I
Star Wars
need
quote,
to
you
break
say?
out of prison, I can talk my way out.
She just looks deeply disappointed in that. And then... No. Don't let the law crush your spirit, Nori. Shakes her head, like as if there's more to that, but she's clearly not going to get into that.
The law has put me in more holes than you can imagine in my short term of life.
Well, with the company you keep. Trying to avoid a jail cell myself after this conversation. So, effectively, what you are wanting me to do, people of interest, is go meet with this Fae, decide where my vote falls on this whole affair, despite incriminating myself in the process, which means I'm effectively, you know, needing to lie to keep myself out of any kind of questionable situations. What an amazing honey trap you have created for me.
Meeting the Fae is an option to you.
Yeah, but now I know about it. And you can't tell if that's like a guilt
crimes.
Yes, and so did the council.
You know of our crimes, and we have already been, accused of this. It's not like, I don't know how to put it. Yeah, I just want to say that. Tangent off.
Yeah.
But we've explained this is our crime. You are a member of the council. It's
today. Tomorrow's a different story.
That you should know.
Yes, but in this council meeting, quite easily slipping from the tongue, you might say, "Oh, and Queen Margot met her Fae the other day, and they had tea and crumpets and talked about how things are fine."
We could just stick with things are fine.
She chuckles. She goes, "Now you make sense." So what I'm going to leave here, whistling. You can keep the cloak, family heirloom, and then clearly just lying. She goes, "I'm going to whistle my way back to my office, and then none of this ever happened." Is that what you're suggesting? I just, carry on regardless.
If that's the way you choose to go. Yes.
I don't really have much of a choice in any of this. If I'm following the rules that have been put in stone somewhere, I need to report this conversation. I need to report Quilburn's involvement with a Fae. I need to report the fact that you are trying to coerce me and that you also want to update the laws, which involves more paperwork. Like, do you not think we've talked about updating the laws? We haven't just sat there going, "Oh, these are great." Like, that conversation happens every couple of centuries. Just nobody can be bothered agreeing on what they should be. How do you prepare for something you didn't experience? You gotta listen to the elves. If they had their way, they'd be in charge of everything because there's only bloody people that were there. Get over it.
She's not wrong.
Yeah.
Well, she is. She is wrong a bit there. The elves weren't the only ones there.
True.
Oh, she has not mentioned the devils at all.
And Lockhart's not going to be the one that does.
But there might be a reason why she's not, because yeah, she's a were-user cozied up with pride.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let's just mention Sloth as well, then, shall we? No!
Well, she has. We could make some sort of accusation that she is cozied up with a devil as well. We know that through Lady Featherstone, there is a devil behind that deal.
I feel that's us leaning into her accusation, though, in that while she isn't wrong, she's ascribing much more calculated manipulative to our action. Like, to be fair, we weren't the ones that asked Gyron to, we were. But Quilburn was like, right, let's meet him. But Quilburn decided to break that law himself.
Yeah, 100% Quilburn has done everyone in.
Yeah. And I don't know how we throw him under the bus. I feel like we maybe want her to know that we're not holding her.
Through this, you could invalidate 2 votes. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, but then it's just Pride versus the Owl.
Yeah.
I don't know if that helps.
That's only if the elves agree.
Yeah, it's only if the elves agree.
Which means you could have a third meeting today.
Oh, we could just invalidate all the votes. Just make them all meet the Fae. And then we ring Brannon out. Dismantle the table.
It's like, Brannon, hello, Brannon? Yeah, we had a plan, it's fucked. Can you help?
Can we come back?
Yeah.
And then the Rack and Shannon bed.
Yep.
So.
Okay, so what's your final thoughts with Margot?
I kind of what she said, that we know that their laws probably need updating, and they're every couple of 100 years and things. Whether I kind of want to push on that, if you know the laws are flawed.
And she has agreed with Lockhart when he said laws need to be updated, because of course they do. I'm on board with that. There's no point not having things be relevant. That's her. She's so pragmatic, right? That's Margot's main thing, is this makes sense now. Doesn't matter about tomorrow, doesn't matter about before. Now it makes sense. That's the decision we make.
And if that makes sense, then to get to the point where these laws can be changed, perhaps it's better to withhold this information from others for now, so we can help bring that into effect. Telling,
you could be saying that to her if you wanted. That could be your pitch to her, right? And her response to that will be, "That's all well and good, Ignysera, but I'm not the one that's holding a grudge. We have 3 people that sit at that council that have longer memories than all of us combined. Updating laws that they were there for their implementation is not something that we can so quickly push aside. As I said, many of the records, anytime the rules, the laws, and the oaths are brought up, we discuss updating them, because they aren't always going to be relevant. But quite frankly, we haven't always had Fae drama to deal with." It just side-eyes everybody. She goes, "So these are very quickly shelved as discussions, because the devils want no part in changing laws that suit them. The elves still, look at them." You can tell, she really does not like those 2.
I'm in the room.
You're only half insulted.
So rude.
And you can tell it's not a race thing. It's clearly specifically those 2. It's not elves in general are awful. It's those 2 I've had to listen to for so fucking long. Yeah. So you can tell her point is, we've tried, but it's never been needed to update it, right? Realistically. And any individual laws are dealt with their own territories. So, if Denk needed to update laws, they would. And then, Cascade's laws are pretty blank, right? It is a case of, you just don't be a dick, ultimately, to each other. This is a space for everybody, so nobody can claim it. as long as everybody's getting representation, aka the blades are still functioning, there doesn't need to be more detailed laws than that, other than the old iron laws that, again, aren't brought up a lot because they're so irrelevant because the Fae generally don't just wander around. So, you can see Margot's point, I think, which is, this is fucked.
Yeah.
And on that subject, Nori's going to turn to Lockheart and say to Lockheart, as the most educated in this field amongst us,
Margot
what
laughs.
does it take to change a law?
Hear the clinking of the bottle on Margot's cup.
I think Lockhart could probably answer that there must be will to change it. That is the beginning of such a process.
And your uncle? She looks at you, Ignysera. Does he have the will to change it?
I think so.
And your queen? Lockhart?
She does.
And your pocket friend? Pride? How will they vote?
In the interests of stability of the table.
I finished my tea now.
Yep. She goes, of course she will. I think that means she doesn't have to turn up for another couple of years, I suppose. That suits me fine. Where is your Fae?
Outside of the city.
Brilliant. Well, are they coming in? She looks at you like deadpan.
They cannot.
Oh, I wonder why. Because they're dangerous, Lockhart. That's why. The whole place has been designed to keep them out. Why do you want me to go outside the safety of the city? I'm a blade.
Well, then you should be the safest among us.
She just laughs, like, into her hand, and like, almost like a manic laugh. It's like, this is just it. This is how I die. She gets up, hammer to hand, goes, well, let's bloody go then. And that's where we take our break.
I love her so much.
Margot's great.
She's probably the most different NPC, I think, to how I play most other NPCs in this game, so she's a lot of fun to pick up every so often. Especially when you wind her up like that.
Thing is, see if you said that was Billy Connolly, I quite happily went, yep.
Yeah, fair.
Just lost his place, that's Billy.
So, like, if Sloth wasn't so melancholy, he'd have been more like that, right? Like, it's just because he's so melancholy about it all, but yes. I'll see you all in 10 minutes. Enjoy your break. I'll get us on the break screen. Right, I'm unmuting us. Get us on the stream. If we can do some audio people. Audio people. You don't need to speak for that. Thank
Hello.
you.
Greetings.
That'll be
audience,
us.
Yep, that's
audience.
you guys. And we'll see how that goes. And enjoy, Alexander.
I'll be able to tell you in 7 seconds.
Okay. And we'll keep talking then.
3,
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
2, 1,
7.
action!
7 elephants.
Yep.
6.
7 devils.
Yep. It's work.
6 story arcs. What?
Oh, 5.
5.
swords.
5 blades.
Like, I didn't actually hear what anyone was saying, but
Yep.
I could hear everyone talking. It's just
Okay,
getting both.
cool. Good. That's what we like. Anyway, welcome back to part 2 of part 15 of the 4th arc, which is Last of the Summer Elves. It's the 15th of March 2025. I am Victor, the GM, and here are the players.
Hello, I'm Kalli, and I play Ignysera, who is a dragonfolk warrior who bears a halo of fire.
Good evening, my name is Alexander. Tonight, continuing to play Lockheart Dourf, who's an empathic speaker, exactly the sort of person you want interpreting the law.
Hello, I'm Hannah, and I'm still playing Myr'ra Pentergast, a Helborn adept who sheds her skin.
Hi, I'm Nori Nediam, a half-elven explorer who likes to infiltrate, who shouldn't give Chris any time to think.
Do we just
why?
to start with a player agency moment right away? Let's open with a player agency moment. Hit us with it.
But
What if we're being played?
by which of the many powerful people we are fucking around with? Like
The
Kylo?
men! No,
No.
a certain demon. What if she is quite happy with a war of the table? Or breaking the table? And we've just dropped 3 of the blades deep in the shit?
It feels like too much energy for pride.
I did think,
Yeah, like it could be.
yeah.
For sure.
The thing is, if the Margot and Colburn vote in our favor, and the other 2, if Pride does vote against us, that's still 2 against 2. And I don't think Pride would enjoy looking like they're on the side that isn't winning. I think they would want to be on the side that's going to win, regardless of which way.
Also, technically, like, I know Pride's not met Chiral, but like, if she throws them under the bus, we could throw her under the bus in
Also,
terms of.
Pride has technically met Chiral. As Loudon.
So
Yes.
true. So true.
Yeah.
Pride is fully
Yeah, like.
unsorted.
Oh,
That
technically,
was
Pride did her actual job when she met a Fae.
Yeah, so true.
She did
Yeah,
step.
We just swing that in our face.
And that's probably where this thoughts just suddenly came from.
But then she's got to admit that she was pretending to be loud, and she does not want to do that.
There's so many problems that spiral out of that, which I love.
Yeah. Yeah.
Player agency over. I am not mentioning it.
I think we should keep it in mind, though, because I think we should have it as like Pride could double cross us in that council room. Like, I think that is
But-
wise to have in mind.
In my mind, I would have to do it now. Because if we don't save at least one of the blades, the table falls. We would have to save Margot and keep her out of this.
Might be too late for that.
No, I know, but
It
she
was-
hasn't met Chiral. She's only had this interview. She was trying to investigate herself. So I would need to bring it up now, or
That's-
leave it alone.
I think that is kind of a bit of our backup of the spirit of the law aspect. That we're sort of trying to change it because the way it is isn't actually reflective of the reality. So if
Yes.
if now 3 of the arguably 4. No, wait, maths.
So
Yeah.
3 currently, maybe 4. Because Verme's met, right? Quillburn's met, Pride's met. So maybe Margot.
Hmm.
And arguably, the 5th isn't really a blade. So, sort of currently 3 of the 4 would be guilty of it.
But based on appearances, possibly bet the first as well. So maybe Cairo's like about to tick off.
Based on appearances, that's so good. Like, Hannah,
really,
can I just give you the XP now? Because that's just such
That's
good
the
wording.
Special pun XP. Only for puns.
That's a good session title, right? I've also wrote down "for the table" as another suggestion as well.
For sheer amount of mentions. In terms of Nori's, like Chris's, we could definitely, like, just before we get to the gate, like, give her one more out. Be like, this is your last chance to.
I feel like with Margot, though, once she's like, she's already started being committed, so she's committed. I don't
she's now going through this wall.
going to change her mind on it. I'm on the conspiracy behind that one that I think you're on, Chris, of what if there is a will, we are furthering someone else's goals by potentially changing the Iron Law. Or potentially.
Okay.
No,
So,
what if we're changing the law? Who stands the most to gain from an immediate precedent of changing a fundamental law of the table? Someone that maybe wants a job on the table that currently isn't really welcome.
and continuing that thought, these gems have arrived by this Rakishan, and we know that they've been getting information from somewhere.
It's Sarita.
Who would,
That's what I was thinking. Like, it's Siri Thane.
He told
so
her.
who would benefit both from a change of the rules and an unstable table?
Slash potentially right at this moment, possibly Brandon L.
I mean,
I think
Emperor KT.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it feels like everyone's Pharaoh.
No, exactly.
I think that is worth establishing. Probably things are all worse if we have an immediate breakdown of the table.
Yeah.
I think we might be walking into some sort of machination, but I think it's worse if we don't fix this immediate one.
I'm watching Mr. Pokerface down there by the
Hi, I don't even watch what I react to, so there's no point trying to gauge me.
Put my glasses on, make sure I can see properly.
Just put myself and
All of us just.
like, it's fine. I'll just be under here. Got a hood in here somewhere. There we go.
Like Marco.
So yeah, okay.
Family heirloom.
What Hannah said then, as we're walking to the gates, I will just say to Margot that we've got to be aware that there may be a bigger scheme going on here.
And she goes, well, it's a bit late to be worrying about that, is it not? As we stroll through.
I know, but there's just something's just a ringing alarm bells. I sense a trap somewhere.
Aye, when you invited me to have a chat.
We
Go wrong.
As my learned colleague has said several times today. He's not going to say it now, is he? I'm not saying it. It's your line.
No, because I'm trying not to then just quote Obi-Wan and, well, spring the trap.
Who is more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows the fool? Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I never
think,
noted down the actual line, so say the line.
no, I think Lockhart will maybe sort of reassure Nori and essentially say one problem at a time. We will ensure some current stability and see how things fall from there.
Down the stairs, Margot just says, kind of to herself.
Myr'ra might have dropped to the back of the group in order to message Kyril and tell him we're on our way.
Okay.
I think I'm going to message him over Quilber.
Sure.
I feel rude messaging Quilber. Don't know why. But I will message Kyril. So I will roll my ring.
It's not more rude to only message one.
I don't know. Yeah.
Is it because he's like a king of another, like...
Yeah.
It's like a...
Yeah.
It feels like I should go through someone. Like, I should message Ignysera to message her on. It feels like the more proper way to do it.
I mean, fair. Yeah.
So yeah, I message Kyril and I just say, we're on our way back. Hope everything's going okay. Margot's coming with us. She's a lot.
And then there's the memory of the reply. Rather than an actual reply, the memory of the reply being that you just seem to remember that they, like, Kyril and Quilburn seem to be getting on fairly well.
Good.
And they're eagerly awaiting new people. So yeah. You pass through the south gate with a lot of looks. Margot just stares back at people and they stop looking. And she marches on, hammer in hand, quite tight, so people stay the hell out of her way. Very little concern to like pomp and ceremony and guards and escorts and all that nonsense. And then she gets outside and goes, well, where are they?
We go to where they are.
Oh, off to the woods, are we? Yep, here we go. And she's like,
This is why we didn't do this first.
Off in the woods. I prefer the hills.
She just shakes her head as if this is how I die. Look. Well, like gesture to the hammer. Let's go. Off she marches. So again, people are just looking on, like are coming and going on. Is that Queen Stargazer? Like, what's that? What the blade wielder? Just that passing notion of really? No, it couldn't have been. Just randomly walking off the road into the woods at the south of the city. So, yeah. So again, people are willing to believe what they want to believe. So yeah, he's head through, obviously, the woods to the kind of slightly more secluded area that you'd left Quilburn and Kyril, and they're both sat next to like a tipped over tree, and they're playing cards.
I love it.
And like,
what a good.
Always playing cards.
If we hadn't, we weren't deciding propaganda, but what a good.
Yeah. It's a great way for her to walk in.
done.
Like, oh, look how peaceful and kind. Yeah. Great.
Good work.
Turns out Kyril's a really sore loser at cards. Just like flips.
that's the
Well,
ninth
that was
ace
good.
you've had, Kyril.
He was
Cheats
always
the whole
winning,
time.
wasn't he?
Always had one.
There was always 7 suits.
But yeah, like, and Kyril's asking loads of questions to Quilburn, going like, and what does this mean? Like when he's playing like a hand and stuff like that. And Quilburn's like, well, that means you've won, and that's quite annoying.
And now you've got 3 characters to play.
Yes, so you have to interrupt more to bounce between the two. So as Margot comes through the clearing, and Quilburn stands up, as if, oh, Queen Margot, what a lovely day for a stroll in the woods, isn't it? Isn't it, folks?
Yes, lovely.
Oh yes, it was
Good
definitely.
weather we're
Yes,
having.
yes.
Yes, these lovely people have brought me to this Looks around. Trap. Carol stands up and looks a bit awkward and like kind of like pulls his like tunicky thing in place a bit more and as if awkwardly like, oh, hello. Awkwardly
I'll
waves.
step forward and say, Queen, I forget.
Margot Stargazer.
Stargazer, sorry. Stargazer, this is Chiral.
Awkwardly waves again. I thought it'd be taller. Quilbert just raises an ocular ridge like, what the fuck's she talking about? He's my height. Like, do you know that way? Like, eh?
Yeah.
Because I think Ignysera and Quilbert are pretty tall. Like,
Yeah.
these are the tallest people here.
Yeah, about just a bit over 7 foot, I think.
Yeah, and he's like nearly 8. Like, especially with like his wingtips and stuff that go up. He is a tall boy. And obviously to Quilburn, Chiral's a big lad. So he just kind of maybe assumes that, like, what the fuck, is that just her weird sense of humor? Like he's not really sure where she stands with that either. She like obviously death grip on her hammer by her side, and then she says, "Yep, I'm Queen Margot Stargazer. I guess you can't have that though. That's mine."
I think Lockhart's gonna throw a slight curve in and go. What's the ante in respect to the card game?
It's hard not to make a niece and uncle joke here, but I'll do my best. And then Quilburn was like, I just thought it was best to teach the basics first. No way. Nothing at stake, as it were. I think there's enough put at stake today, Lockhart, wouldn't you say? Margot snorts at that.
Then who's been winning so far?
Games where we're educating people don't require winners. Lockhart, you know that? And Carol's like, I think I've been winning. Just like so meekly, by comparison. And goes, yes, he's quite the quick study, it seems. Quite intuitive. Margot's like, oh, so you're teaching him how to win, are you?
Well, why don't you deal us all a hand? And gesture to Margot to like sit down at the.
Margot looks at you confused, like, I'm not here to play games, Lockhart. I'm here to assess this clusterfuck you've brought me into.
And I think an excellent way might be to learn
You're
a little
right.
bit about.
Can I see the deck of cards? Thank you. And then Quilburn looks like, do I want to give her my deck of cards? And then, like, awkwardly, like, puts them all back together, picks them up, and then, like, you know, fiddles with them a bit, hands them the deck. And the cards are quite big for his hands, right? So they're obviously quite big in hers, since her hands are probably half the size of his. She holds them, and he goes, okay, right, now that that's dealt with, just holds on to them. Play your games on your time, Lockhart.
I love her.
Yeah. So you're fidgeting with this? I'm taking it away.
Yep. Right, you, points at Chiral with the hammer, and it's like, what's this all about? Chiral looks at all of you like, what the fuck does that mean? Like, huh?
I think this is another.
No,
opportunity.
Lockhart, there's no opportunities for you. Margot's very specific about that. He goes, you're called Chiral, you've got a tongue, probably, you can speak on your own behalf. What's your agenda? What's your plan? What are you doing here? Why are you with these people? Why are you so good at cards so quickly? Did the Fae have cards? She's losing herself in her own, like, ramble. Kyra's like, I don't know how to answer all of those, but I'm Chiral. I'm trying to find out why I'm here. And I was... Well, let's put it this way, these people were kind enough to let me out of a place I would very much like not to return to. Margot like furrows her brow at that. I am like, wasn't necessarily the answer she wanted, but its answer is at least. She goes, and what did they promise you? And he says, do you mean the agreements that we have made? Those are personal. She does not look happy with that answer. Well, we're all bloody friends here. Turns to you guys, goes, who made deals with them?
I step backwards.
Yeah. Yep. So like you offer up, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, out with it.
I look at Carol and then go and look at her and go, I asked for help resolving my family estrangement.
Just bloody talk to each other like civilized people.
That does seem to have worked out that way, yes.
Turns
But I
back.
don't think I'd have had the bravery to do it without him. And I'm like,
Oh, we need courage, do we?
Yes. Have you met my grandmother? She's scary.
And like, if that is your reply, like she's actually,
Yeah,
it's
I
like,
think she'll add on. Like,
Yeah.
she sent me a hat that drinks blood for my 18th birthday. She's scary.
you can tell like she doesn't say anything, but there's a look on her face that goes like, yes, she
Yeah.
is scary,
It's scary.
but like doesn't acknowledge that like
Yeah,
verbally or
yeah,
anything.
that's
It's more of a, that's not
Mhm.
helping my argument here. And she looks at Kyle and goes, well, is that true? And Kyle's like, since Myr'ra was willing to share that with you, yes, I agreed to assist, and I have assisted. Well, anyone else? Looks at all of you.
I suppose I don't know. I won't shake my
Yeah.
head.
Carl says, none here. Which at least lets you know at least one other person. Because obviously in the meta we know Jet did it.
Mhm.
And Vermi obviously, but Jet. But obviously this is the first time you're getting confirmation that other people made deals beyond Vermi. Because Vermi was upfront about hers with you guys. But again, that remains personal, and they are not here to advocate for your inclusion. He goes, I can respect that. Don't like it, but I can respect it. So, looks around at everybody like hands on her hips type style. The fuck do we do now?
I suspect that our time on the run, as it were, may be at an end. We should probably hand ourselves over to the council.
You have, though. Right? She looks at Quilburn. Goes, yes, I believe that's true. Yes, you have all attended your summons here. As far as I'm concerned. You all agree? Kyril goes to like acknowledge one and she goes, not you. Mark goes like, not you.
Yes.
Fucking hell. She just starts walking back towards the gate. Quilbur's like, we should probably follow. What do you wish to do with our friend here?
Well, I don't believe Kyril can enter the city.
No, not to my knowledge. And Kyril just says, it is not something I have ever tried to do.
It might be best not to test that at the moment. I think...
You misunderstand me, Lockhart. I wouldn't even want to.
Excellent. Then we are in no danger of it.
I wouldn't agree with that. It represents... Like, Carol looks up at the big looming black city, and then kind of looks back and goes, it represents somewhere I cannot exist. And as mysterious as that.
It's like, what does it mean?
That's Santa's
Okay.
law. That's
Yeah.
We want to say something like go somewhere you can exist while we sort this out. Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
want to wait in here because again, I think we can make sure no one can see him, but I'd rather he just go. Where?
Yeah. I mean, arguably he was waiting at the gate for however long he was technically always there, right? And nobody was like, hey look, it's like a fae.
Yeah, so there'll be more screaming.
Not that anyone knows what a fae
Again,
looks like
that's
though. Like,
No. In this world, it could be anything, couldn't it?
yeah.
I think
So-
I would also say something along the lines of that we're about to go and meet our fate. It doesn't involve Chiral.
Mhm.
Please stay out of this one. This is our fate.
Chiral will reply to that and say, I cannot help but to feel bound to some responsibility to that fate, however. But I will respect your wishes, and unless you are having this discussion out with the walls, I will not be able to take part in it. I wish you the outcome that would be most settling. Guys nods.
May we meet in better times next time.
Smiles like kind of fleetingly at that and just nods. I am and says, if I am needed again, you know how to reach me. Margot walks back up to him, just pushes the deck of cards into his hands, just walks away. Then just as she's walking with Conrad, like, I'll buy you a new set.
Okay, there's this game called Solitaire.
So yeah, I tell you, unless anyone's got anything else they want to say to Chiral before you head off, we can have Chiral be gone.
I think
Yeah.
I would only say just like that, just like literally just like, I'm glad to have met you.
Yeah, and like as he's like
Yeah.
fumbling with this deck of cards in his hands, he looks up and he says, "It was a highlight of my day."
And mine.
Kind of just like bows kind of deeply.
Mhm.
Yeah, and there's that kind of sense of like warmth and stuff from Chiral that you usually get with interactions with them because they just seem pleased to exist. It's kind of their baseline is just, isn't it nice not being trapped in a formless existence for 900 years? Isn't it great? Like, isn't sensation wonderful?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, yeah, again, you can see why everybody else liked Chiral except maybe Lockhart, who fears Chiral to the potential of... Yeah. Yeah.
For this. Fear
Yeah.
Carol for this.
Yeah, for everything that has happened.
Warren.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, it's bonded you and Margot. If nothing else. But yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Like, just random thoughts for you guys to just, it's in my brain, so it has to be outside. We know Brian L created Cascade.
Cascade City?
Cascade City, yes.
Mhm.
Using potentially an Iron Root sort of already knowledge of what everyone else is calling the Aberdac equation.
Well, you know, sin was made potentially with the Aberdac equation.
Yeah, and Brian L had a potential hand in making Sid.
Oh, yeah, like...
Yeah.
But that was sort of
and
the
then-
the Aberdac equation was talked about sin, not about Cascade City.
Okay, but he
You
made
could assume.
Sin and then made Cascade
Correct.
City, so
Yeah.
anything that likely involved it probably has influences on
Yes.
Yeah.
But remember, I have to stick with things I've said. You can infer
no.
what you like.
No, and that actually is more useful. I was just wondering, does the Aberdac equation itself have implications on the Fae? Or is it just simply two parallel anti-Fae and Aberdac? I was just wondering if there is a link between the two that Fae cannot exist in places that use the Aberdac equation.
Do you know who you could ask?
But Well,
Canada.
I know. But then actually, if
What would be? Sorry, I'm just gonna jump on that with you. What would be interesting is whether or not Faye could go into sin. Then
that's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah.
They wouldn't necessarily have needed Cascade if they'd already done sin in that manner. So that makes me now less on that side.
There's some cultural or like political implications of using sin though after it was given to the devils already. So that would assume that the Ironroots could just reclaim it.
Because they'd already given it to the devils.
Yeah.
Before Faye.
Correct.
Nonsense. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The devils fell first. And then the Ironroots gave the city to them because of the volcano. It seemed to be good for them. It brought them some kind of weird peace. Which was good to have a bunch of angry immortal children contained somewhere. And then obviously over time that wrecked Caldera. The wasteland it became. Because that used to be, remember I told you that was a massive Ironroot forest. All of Caldera was a massive forest that fed the other forests, right? That's where the Goldleaf, Bronzebark and Silverthorn forest were part of the Ironroot forest originally. And that area in the middle was cleared out after, like obviously long after Caldera had been pretty worn down. That middle part was cleared out to create space for Cascade City because of the war. So the Ironroots turned their home into like Cascade City for everyone on that continent. They were very adamant it was a continent problem, should involve everyone.
Yes, I think we could ask Brandon, we could ask Cairo, but actually I think I'll wait to ask Aluben.
Aluben, okay. Interesting. Aluben's like, I'm making a fucking bowl, leave me alone.
They've got stuff on their plate right now. We'll get to that.
Yeah, and it's more like, as much as obviously Aluben's... Yeah, like Aluben, as much as she's like an independent character, she's still attached to Falkwin's character sheet, so I don't really want to have her involved if we can avoid it. And currently she's not storing anything that you vitally need currently, which is good.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I do need the bow back before we get to Dinosaur Island, please.
What if Falkwin just leaves the game, though? Goodbye, Bo! Yes. So we're happily being...
find the braces we're going missing.
So you're happily wandering through Cascade City with King and Queen escorts, as you're effectively in their custody.
They have arrested us. Oh, sure.
Yeah, I think like as you get to the council building, Margot looks at the guards who obviously attend the group in a kind of more professional way, and she's like, "What's the plant for?" Like, are you going to cry if we take it off you?
It needs to be perceived.
You said it to her, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, of course it does.
We're taking it to the Arcanatrix. But
we've just walked past that.
Oh. Shit, sorry.
Do you need this to go there? It's not going to blow up on them, is it?
No. I name Sierra.
Yeah, Sierra Bronzebark. Yep.
And requested it. Like the Avaraptor beds.
Bloody hell! Do you want me to?
Oh.
Is there going to be like she looks at the thing, takes it off you, Nori, and looks in like the pot and looks around it and like pokes at the soil and so like, just tell me it's not going to do anything.
Not going to do it.
Thank you. And then just turns to a guy and goes, "You," like just you, hands him it. Goes, "Take this to Sierra Bronzebark, wizard of the, looks at master wizard of the Arcanatrix. Just do it. Don't ask questions. Don't stop. Anyone complains, send them to me."
No, just call out. Make sure someone's always looking at it.
He looks at you like, "What the fuck does that mean?" Goes, don't worry about that. Just go.
And please tell them it's from Falkwin.
And she goes, and that. So I was like, Falkwin is here, right?
Yes,
Off.
exactly.
Off this guy goes awkwardly like, I don't really want to be holding this thing that apparently I need to look at now. So it's just really unnerving. And off he runs into the
Don't
city.
forget to talk to it.
And she goes, fucking people. Like, just shaking her head. Krillborn's like, are we quite ready? Because they need escorted up to the holding room. Like, okay. So yeah, these are all escorted up. Is anyone going to try and stop them disarming you from all of the shenanigan-based itemry that you have? Do you like the way I'm phrasing that? Shenanigan-based itemry? I'm going to say it in a more direct way. Who's trying to hide things on themselves?
I have done all my hiding.
I would like.
I've thought this one out beforehand, just in case.
Yep.
I have done all my hiding I need to do.
Yep.
They may take anything else they find.
Yeah, and they obviously, for some reason, don't specifically fuss over one particular piece of jewellery that's on your finger.
That's what I was going to ask. I would like to keep that ring on. But
yeah.
I feel like I remember from last time we got disarmed.
Yeah.
It didn't get taken off me. So
Yeah.
Lockhart's signet ring, it is completely non-magical. Do they know that?
I mean, they're not taking Thingy's bracer off him, like
Okay,
Falcons.
right,
So
yeah.
yeah, like it's just they know about the light scale rings. You've used them so much in front of them. Like, so yeah, they've been contacted with them, so they're taking away communication devices and stuff, and they've got enough magical sensory people in the place to know this thing's harming with magic, this thing isn't, and for some reason they don't like Falkwin's bracer, so they don't deal with it. For whatever reason. So yeah, and the same with the Brandon L ring. So yeah, these are escorted into, again, because there's no windows or nothing in like the big council tower, these are put into like a room. And the door is like sealed over, and these are kind of just left there for like, like a good couple of hours.
I don't know if it works in here, but we could technically talk telepathically if we want to try it.
You also know from your time here before, like, you've been reassured that it's very hard to like bug this place. Like, the whole thing was designed to keep out bullshit. But also, you have experienced a lot of bullshit in this place, so it really depends how safe you feel here. But yeah,
I suddenly find a pack of cards in my hand. Sorry. No,
is there anything you wish to either discuss amongst yourselves, or are you just waiting it out?
I think I would turn to Ignysera and say to her, "Do you know you don't really need to be in here, don't you?"
But
I'm afraid I think she might do now.
Possibly, but up until today, she probably didn't have to be suffering this with us. But until now, yes, I suppose.
I'm definitely implicated now. So,
Fair enough.
They were like, yeah, like yesterday you were completely fine.
Exactly. I just don't want to drag everybody down because this.
Not reporting us.
Yeah, that alarm trap is now going off big style. So.
Yep. Anything else you want to discuss amongst yourselves? Or with anyone external to yourselves?
I think Lockhart will probably idly muse the fact, like, I wonder if Her Majesty light scale is being held in a place like this, or if she gets a nicer room.
And it's a similarly nice room to like the Ambassadorial Suite. It's basically just a locked version of one of those rooms.
Did I check status on Vermi at some point while she's been under arrest? Because we couldn't message her, we got the automated response. But and again, the other time we tried, we were in the room that Thane had put us in, and I couldn't do it out of that. Like I couldn't ping.
I think for the new now, it's probably easier to say you haven't checked status on Vermi for
Okay.
various reasons. So I think if you wanted to try now, you could.
Yeah,
Or not.
or not. I can just ping 10 random people.
I think
how would you?
the thought process was let's not send up a flare for where we are currently after the bullshit that's happened. I think was the thought process after the Cerethane Fae wibbly wobbly.
The first of the 700 times.
Yes!
Defender action.
At least we're very,
Oh,
very clear
God.
in what version of reality we are willing to accept moving forward. And we're guilt tripping and, pulling people legally obligated to side with us now if they want to keep their jobs.
If we thought of that, that is a very dastardly move. But it was. Oh,
Just waiting for Alexander to put his hood up. Good.
I'd say we're changing some laws, just like just a little piece of paper under here. A binding.
Oh.
I think Lockheart will actually muse something like that as well. Well, it appears we may have struck a chord with Queen, with Her Highness, Queen Stargazer, and to perhaps put the cart before the horse, if we are to make some changes to this law, or to the Iron Laws, we should potentially have something to offer. Some turns of phrases to show what it is we think that it should be. While we may not be consulted, it might be worth having an alternative. Currently, simply consorting with the Fae is considered in breach of these laws, but is our point that it should be not blanket, or that it should be applicable only to Chiral?
If it's
Thing.
we weren't trying to cause harm, so I'm trying to think back. I don't think we were.
We were not. No, but that
So maybe something of consorting with the Fae to cause harm is what we want.
that is a very vague law.
It's already quite vague. We're adding one extra bit of information.
Well, I would take a different interpretation. You see, at the moment, it is quite clear any consorting is a breach.
Mm-hmm.
Harm would need to be well defined in order for it to be clear. And if it has not been well defined, it would be up to interpretation of the law when it comes to force something
And
out.
that's not what we want.
Well, no, I think you're right. It could have advantages, but it could have disadvantages. We could find that one. We may not be invited to such definitions.
Hmm.
What we are trying to sell, though, is that we would like the Iron Laws to respect an individual Fae.
That was the other part I mentioned, that consorting with the Fae.
The
Or
door
is it-
opens. Door cracks open.
And
So again, remember the doors are kind of like almost like black slabs type things, and there's in this particular room there's no apparent keyhole on your side, like you had before in the other room. But yeah, the door has a big thunk and it opens, and then in steps someone you're somewhat familiar with, Modesta Lara.
Oh no!
right,
Yeah.
we're not doing this till Falkwin's back. Game over for tonight.
So she steps in the room and like has like a hand on the door and then closes the door behind her. Again, she like almost moves with that weird like grace of, not unlike the way obviously Chiral might move, in the sense of, they're very fluid and oh, they're standing there, but they've always been standing there. You know, again, the way she's kind of always moved, despite not seeming like she's as blind as, you know, she seems to let on. But then again, you know as well from being a wizard, there is high-level magic that lets you perceive things beyond just sight. So it's not like you imagine she'd be a scrub at magic from what you've seen her capable of. And she closes the door with like some kind of weight to it, in the sense of like she closes it over and then like pauses, and then like turns to the group and say, "This is quite unorthodox, me meeting you here before the official hearing, but I must hear it for myself. Do I need to ask, or are you willing to offer your version of events?" And smiles. In her very lovely Michelle Yeoh way.
Alright, player agency.
Yeah, and she looks like she's wearing like a beautiful like autumn dress, you know.
I accuse you of being a heart piercer.
J'accuse!
Oh, good lord.
So,
Why did we think about this? Might happen.
well, we did think
I
about it.
know.
We mentioned it to Margot.
I also mentioned it quite a few sessions ago about if you're going to get interviewed by anyone, who do you think is going to be the person in your minds?
And that's kind of the point here, isn't it?
Yeah.
If she wants the truth, she's going to take the truth.
You don't know. I just saw
Yeah, we
Lockhart roll a 33. I don't know.
Okay. I think we've got a story. Like, we're going to tell her in the room anyway.
Yeah. I think,
So
like,
we may as
isn't
well
it,
offer.
we're going to tell the truth. Because that's what we're being saying we're guilty of, and that is the best, like, version of it. Just the truth is, like, we helped this person because X, Y, and they are, this is why we think the laws are blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, the laws don't account for the fact that they're not all Fae and they don't seem to have a weird world-ending agenda. They seem to quite like it here. They seem to value the world being as it is.
Now we're talking to someone who was in the war.
Yes.
There's every possibility that, like, she might have met him. Who knows?
And I'm going to say this, that Nori at the present time is head down in a bow.
Okay.
My cockiness is gone. I'm total respectful here. This is no joke.
Nice.
For me, this is somebody that's up there in the elven world.
Yeah. She's the highest elven authority, really.
Well,
For now.
well, but yes.
So who responds to Modesta Lara, Goldleaf of the Goldleaf Elves? Queen! Survivor of the Fey War. Mother of Dragon... No, wait. Or are we all silent?
I mean, if no one else was saying anything, then Lockhart might do some sort of speaking.
Imagine.
As is his class to want.
It's what you're paid for.
You guys are getting paid.
Lockhart would similarly do whatever is the expected protocol thing. Would
like
do what is expected, and would address her as counselor.
She technically is a counsellor, but her higher title is Queen Goldleaf. So it's up to you how you want to address it, because in an official capacity, she is a council seat holder of the table. and it depends how you value that by comparison to her title for her people.
Well, yeah, exactly. At the moment, she is really acting in capacity as part of the council, not part of the queen. She's on the council because she's queen, but it's the council part. So I think Lockheart would.
Yeah.
Maybe it's the wrong one, but that's and would it be Councillor Talana?
Do you mean Modeste Delara? Since that's her name.
But is that her full name, or is that one name?
Modeste Delara is her first name, and Goldleaf is her like surname.
Okay.
Again, elves have weird name constructions, remember, in this world?
Exactly.
Yeah, but no, Modeste Delara is her name. It's not like Modeste is her first name.
Yes.
No,
that's
no. Modeste Delara is her whole name.
Then we're sorry.
I think I said as well, like, what her name was. I think I said something like she who sees beyond the stars or something. I can't remember exactly what I said, but it's something like that.
Yeah. Councillor Goldleaf, we are. We would like to be fully forthcoming and honest in this matter, and so there is no use in trying to make any obfuscation. We have consulted, or
Consorted?
consorted was the word. We have consorted with the Fae.
Her face is like unreadable. Right, 404 reaction not found. She just walks over to like the side table that's got like the fancy jug on it, like just pours like a cup of water, and then comes over and just sits it on the table between all of you, just one cup of water, and then just says, "Go on."
We have reason to believe that there is more to the Fae War than was previously understood. We have reason to believe that there is more to the Fae in general than was previously understood, that this Fae has individuality, has its own personality, and that it acted against the wishes of its other of the rest of its kind.
Again, that's kind of like a movable face of porcelain. And then she just smiles politely through the whole thing. And that kind of unnerving, like, calm she gives off. And she says, "And what has brought you to these conclusions in your many years researching the Fae?"
From what has been understood, as far as I believe any understanding goes, the Fae are as many as was needed, and were always or were not always. This Fae seems to stand apart from that, and
Do you know what happens, Ambassador, when things stand apart from the crowd? Or the herd? I like the idea that Ignysera is like at the side going,
Yeah, I was gonna say, that feels like a threat.
and Lockheart is going to respond. I don't want to say humanity, because that's not the right word.
Yeah, but
Again,
you can
it's
say it because
like
we know what that
personality.
means, right? Like, you can say whatever word we understand and we'll just assume the subtitles will cover it.
Sort of halfway between personality and humanity, sort of individualism, kind of what Lockheart was trying to say that the Fae had.
like a sense of self, right?
Yeah. I think we all stand apart in our own minds.
Are you so different from others of your kind? Am I so different from others of my kind?
Are you?
And she's like, again, her smile hasn't broke, that kind of weird, pleasant, like, you know, she is clearly comfortable in the situation with how things are going. She's being pleasant, but it definitely looks like it's practiced. Because you'd expect more of a reaction from anybody else. I mean, compared to Margot and Quilburn, for example. And she can, like, again, that smile, it slightly breaks for a second. And goes, "That is not quite the point this discussion should hold, is it, Ambassador? Or any of you?" She, like, gestures, like, again, these, like, whited over eyes.
And Lockhart will step in and say, "I think this is the point that this investigation holds. That the
Trial.
differences and similarities."
She corrects, like, when you say investigation, she goes, "Trial."
Yeah, fine.
Yeah. But you can tell, like, it's done deliberately to be like, let's look at it as it is, not as you would like it to be. It's the kind of, you can get her tone is not like she's super on your side here. She's not necessarily against it. She's just clearly you can feel she's trying to gauge the temperature, right?
I think understanding of our own sense of self will be the underpinning of the result of this trial.
How curious that this is a thought you would hold, given the implications if you are wrong. What authorizes you to take this risk on behalf of this world?
Can we just make up a word for what that word was that we're trying to say?
You can still just say humanity if you want, right? Like, it's, you know, the humanosity of the situation.
Cascadity.
The cascadity. The cascosity of the situation.
Yes, I think
Right
that would
place
be
at the wrong time again.
the
ca-
cascosity of myself and situation, and should it be seen as wrong, then I think that will be down to your cascosity.
Again, our smiles there, which is not only mine, which is fortunate for you and the outcome you seem to be seeking.
That would seem to be I think that would seem to be the sort of view that we would think the Fae would have.
And you think me so similar to the Fae in your experience with them? Would you like to hear of my experience with the Fae, Ambassador?
I don't actually think of you in the way that you seem to think of the Fae. I think of your cascosity as I think that this Fae is as well. But I would always be honoured to hear of your sorry, was it they want to say their
experiences
their
with the Fae? No, their experiences with the Fae. Because she's basically
honoured.
saying you don't have much experience with the Fae. How dare you talk to me about it? Like, that's like her point she's made to you thus far. Is you're clearly a fucking expert, right?
And that's why Lockhart is really sticking on this bit of being like,
oh, it makes sense.
Yeah, you're missing.
Yeah, like the oversight entirely of prejudice, right? But yeah, what is it you say back to her? Like, would you like to hear of my experiences with the Fae, Ambassador?
Yeah, buttering up a bit. It's like, that would be honoured to hear of your insight. Unique insight, even, perhaps.
I was a girl when the Fey Wars started. My parents were the rulers of the Goldleaf Elves. I watched the Fey kill them both. And like, yeah, you can almost feel the colour drain from the room. Not that there's much in the room, to begin with, colour-wise, in this black metal room, but...
But not literally, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
But just the weight of the way she says that does, it's almost like the Gandalf Black speech moment, right? Like it's that kind of, oh, okay. And remember like how this world warps your view of older people, right? As in like people that have well outlived their lifespan. Like, you're maybe seeing that as that, like, you know, her even saying that might have lessened her control on how people perceive her, right? To the point where it's like, oh, like it's almost chilling. Just with her saying she watched the Fae kill her parents. She just waits to see if you react to that at all. Again, that weird pleasant smile on her face though. And it's not like a massive grimace or grin or anything, it is just a slight upturned lip of, you know, it probably looks a slight bit smug or comfort, like, you know, of I'm in control of this situation, so nothing you say is going to phrase me vibe to her.
And I think Lockhart probably will be... there's almost a surprise. I mean, I was almost surprised that was it. I don't know how that would show, but I'll be honest, and perhaps that's a human somewhat reaction of maybe this is less of a world reaction. Well, it's not a more just.
Well, think of it. She just said she was a girl and watched these monsters kill her parents. Right, that's how she views it.
So
also, keep in mind, she didn't say how.
Yes, absolutely. But in my mind, it was almost like if it was the Fae, your parents were always dead. Almost is how it could.
Which
have
is
been.
not what she has said.
Not exactly. That's not what. She but then also, I'm like, in like real world examples, like you know, everyone knows someone who's there at the Blitz, and had say parents killed. And it's one of those things like, yeah, it's war.
Yeah, but keep in mind, she also wasn't meant to live this long. The world wasn't designed to have her be like around still. That's another thing to factor in with, you know, the elder people of this world.
I guess Lockhart might say, and was that when you joined the war?
I was always in the war. And you can tell there's almost that, like, not flippancy, but you know what I mean, that, like, joy in going, that's exactly what I wanted you to ask. Right? For that exact, because obviously, you can tell she's maybe read where your brain is going with this path, right? You can also maybe tell, like, the way she's thinking, she's like, she's had this conversation 1,000 times. Not necessarily with you, but this isn't the first time she's had to tell people the Fey War was bad. Stop. Right? That's the impression you're getting here, is that this is a practiced conversation for her.
And Lockhart will then lead on, because she did give the answer that he was looking for.
But that's why I played my trap card!
And did you use weapons in this war?
Violence is a weapon. Knowledge is a weapon. Wouldn't you use any weapon you could to defend your people, Ambassador? These questions are rhetorical, of course, because the answers matter not. We won the Fey War, and I am not prepared to allow people like you to undo that victory. It would... I don't know if you'd say something like spit in the face of, right? But I can't think of another exact, like... It would tread over the flowers planted in their memory. That's something she'd say. That sounds more modest, Lara.
And what if that victory rested on many shoulders whose flowers have been planted, but also on this individual that we have consorted with?
And you think Fey folly is something to be rewarded?
You think it should be punished?
I think they thought it should be punished.
And their ruling in this world is still to be respected?
She kind of, she laughs. That's the first time, her face brightened. She laughs and goes, "No, but their ruling over their own kind is something a sitting monarch would not blink at." She has not blinked once in this whole conversation either, by the way, because of course she hasn't. But you can tell every word's surgical with her. And she's effectively saying, yeah, the Fae can judge the Fae for how the fuck they like. I don't give a fuck about that. Just keep them out of my world. Is her vibe, right? She's also I'm a monarch, nobody's going to tell me how to rule. She's very, again, my way of describing it is obviously to kind of abridge a lot of the body language and stuff you'd pick up on, but she is, again, serene other than that laugh at going, this is absurd, you're such a child. If only you could have experienced that war, you wouldn't think this way, is definitely the vibe that she's giving off. It's very much you don't understand because you're young and one day you might, and I hope you never have to. Is the tones that you're picking up from Modesta Lara. But again, she's doing her best to hold back a lot of that, because, yeah, after that weird reverberation in the room after she was, vulnerable, if you can even say she was vulnerable, there is this sense of, back to her being, a weird parent about all of you. If that puts Lockhart in some thought, she will look at the others and by look at me, gesture too with her head and be like, "Do none of you have tongues?" Yeah.
Nori can no, go for it, because Nori can only go on the attack.
All attack.
I want to say I'm gonna play Rage 6.
Yeah, okay.
My brain is soup. I want to say something along the lines of but shouldn't punishments end? Also, kind of implying that you've been around too long, lady.
Yeah.
That kind of thing of isn't 900 years enough?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever his actions, they were on behalf of our. I'm possibly in character now. Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe even that he has the right to stand trial for his actions, not the actions of a people who forsaken him.
Forsaketh.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Forsaketh. So yes, the point I'm trying to make is he was punished. She's correct. He was punished by his people for his actions. But even punishments should end. It was not right to keep him alive but unmoored. Surely 900 years is long enough. You should be given the right to stand.
Yeah, at a certain point it just becomes torture.
Yeah.
Okay.
I said some version of that.
Mm-hmm. Is Ignysera weighing in on that with that extra thought as well of backing up?
Yeah.
Myr'ra.
Yeah, whatever the Geneva Convention is.
Yeah.
They broke it.
Mm-hmm. And Modesta Lara looks between the two of you And then says, "It is so curious that you are so quick to sympathy and understanding. It is not... It is a luxury the young have." Do any of you know how long the Fey War lasted?
Do we? I don't feel like we do. No.
As long as it needed to, don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, that is the sentiment, right? People talk about how long ago it ended.
Yeah.
And also, in the same kind of vein of thought, they talk about how long ago it started, but not really. They just say the Fey War was 900 years ago. That's it. They don't really say it started exactly on this date. There's no record of that. So yeah. What does anyone respond to her question? Everybody just looks a bit blank. And so it was precisely my point. I was young. I was a young girl when the Fey War began. I grew up through the Fey War. I should have long since passed from this world, and yet I was there, fighting for my people's life on the front lines of this nightmarish hellscape of a war. And I was like, she wouldn't use hellscape because hell is a different meaning here, but you get the gist of it. The Cascosity scape. And yeah. And you can tell, like, this isn't something that she's necessarily said a lot, this part, right? This is definitely, again, that weird reverberation of the room. And she says, I don't exactly know how many years of my life the Fey War took. And I do not know precisely why I yet walk this world. But I am here because I know I must be. And this world has presented a problem I am uniquely qualified to solve. This Fey may have been punished by its own kind, but they are not our laws. And it stands in this world. It should be judged by its potential to harm this world. And I do not believe it should remain here. Why risk it? Why? It can go back to where it came from, and it can do what it likes.
You judge its harm for what it could do, not for what it has done.
And do you know what it has done? Do you? Or have you been told what it has done?
Do you?
I have witnessed what the Fae are capable of. The Fae. This is the Fae.
That is also a Fae.
When you say that, what are you talking about? Because she is referring to this is the Fae, is what she's talking about. She's talking about Chiral.
Yeah. But as well, she's sort of saying this is the Fae as the Fae. And that's why I was trying to... That is also the Fae. That there is more to the Fae than she's willing to believe.
Oh yeah, like I'm not saying that she's completely right here, obviously. It's just
Yeah.
her views are still a war-torn girl, right? Like, she has probably, I wouldn't necessarily say PTSD about the whole thing, but she's definitely not okay with the idea that the world is still at risk, and her job, she's still around to be like, well, why am I still here? Because there's still work to do. You're telling me exactly what that work is. Of course it needs to go. She's not saying kill it. It's like, it could, like, she's not disagreeing that you have said it's been punished and it's, you know, its crimes been dealt with. She's like, has it though? Only by its laws, not by ours. It's in our world, that's a threat. So that's her, like, her position is this thing can go away. And that problem's solved. Yeah.
And I think
can it?
Lockheart was a
It's
bit...
done. Like,
Brandon, quick question.
Hi.
Modesta Lar brings up a good point.
Did you do something to them as well? Like, why are they still here?
I think that was sort of Lockhart trying to throw that back as like, but you know because you fought them, not because you knew them.
Again, it's a very different point of view, right? Like, yous have got to know Chiral. But there's no record of anyone sitting and having tea with a Fae.
No, it's just they were here, we're at war. Did nobody try?
Nobody had cozy magic, that's why!
Oh, you checked the status and it just needed a cup of tea.
I've never tried tea before.
Could have solved the whole thing.
Quick question, then, right? So from like a player agency kind of point of view, who disagrees with Modesta Lara? Okay, what's your what's your
What
like yeah? So yeah, like what's your thoughts on that, Chris? Out of interest, right? Like, what's just your snapshot thoughts, right, in the moment, not necessarily.
I'm about to do it in character.
Okay, interesting.
I'm about to do this in character,
right?
Because Nori's getting more and more frustrated with this conversation.
That's fine. And what's other
Because
people's
he's-
thoughts on this, right? So snapshot thoughts on it, like who agrees with her, who disagrees with her. Again, based on just how she's presenting her view of things. Because obviously we can talk about the minutiae of it all at the end of time.
I understand why she thinks like she thinks, but I think she is wrong.
Yeah, which is fine.
Yeah.
It seems like the consensus, right? Lockhart?
Well, in particular, a lot of her evidence is you don't know because you weren't there. And Lockhart was somewhat trying to say, but that doesn't mean you know everything.
Oh, 100%.
Which that, I think, is where Lockhart
I think-
disagrees with.
So I think a lot of that is how she is factored in the, she acknowledges she doesn't know everything by saying it can go away if it's so harmless. It can just leave. And then there's no conflict. Why isn't it?
But would she trust that?
Well, it would always have been a
Did
way.
we not talk to Chiral about, not that specifically, but like he was like, I don't know where they are.
Well, he
can't feel
couldn't
them.
feel the other Fae, or at least he didn't believe he could feel the other Fae.
Yeah.
He definitely felt like he was alone. But he couldn't talk a lot about that because he's like, I don't know if that's
No,
part
it's like
of
bound by.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if a lot of that's based on how I was incarcerated. Yeah.
Yeah.
But like her point
was it
pretty much is, if this thing's so fucking harmless and doesn't want to, cause problems, it can go home. But it's not going home. It's kind of her stickler point. Like,
Yeah.
Like-
To be fair, it's only had 3 days.
yeah.
So.
Okay.
Sorry,
Yeah, so I guess back in the scene, because obviously that was not asked as characters, that was just me asking players. Back in the scene, she's had her, here's the problem. Obviously Lockhart's replied with, but that's the Fae. Nori?
So Nori has got more and more frustrated with the conversation, the comments from the Queen, and he's going to do this. He has, although he was only temporarily brought up the Elven way. He's going to go down onto one knee and he's going to go, "My lady, may I speak honestly and truthfully, and I may offend you by what I'm about to say."
She laughs. She goes, "You are quite incapable of moving my mood. Please be honest."
You speak out of hatred. I am of the same opinion that I watched my parents being killed. And I have been afraid for my life for maybe not as many years as you. But I believe I have been hunted. And I have gone hunting for the creature that killed my parents. And through our investigations, I'm probably going to say this or get this wrong, that we believe this could be an elf. that has been killing demons, that has been killing, what's the word?
Barlen.
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 Now, are you going to say elf or are you going to say Goldleaf elf?
I'm going to leave it at elf at the
Okay.
moment. I'm going to leave it hanging there.
Okay.
Right? I'm just going to leave it at elf. That have been killing Barlen. And through the investigations, it may turn out that I may be descended from elf and a Barlen. I have no proof of that yet. Only one person saying. If this is proved true, am I to destroy every elf? My vengeance for my parents? Am I to go to war with every elf because of one that is murdering many? Again, you speak out of hatred. I have that same hatred.
That Nori. Thoughts? I just don't want to cut you off
Sorry?
if you've got more to say. Is
No,
that- yeah,
no.
cool.
I,
Yep.
I think
Yep.
I will stop there.
Yeah, and like she like reaches down and just like lifts up your chin a bit, right, with her hand. She goes, "I appreciate that you felt that you could share that with me. I imagine that must be some trauma that you carry. However,"
At will.
and she goes, "However, the Barlen are those who have sold their right to have opinions in this world." That's where we end.
Oh, okay.
Dun dun dun!
Yeah. So right, she hates so many people.
Well, like two.
Probably the devils as well.
Yeah.
Caliban, can I get my bow, please? Caliban! I'll have one of those arrows. One arrows, please.
Are you sure she's not the bad guy?
But this is. That's why I didn't want to say gold leaf there.
Yes. No.
Because
I think it's good though. I think it was important to say, especially with the thoughts that like Nori has, because I think it's like a perfect moment to be like, you literally are holding on to like what happened like 100 years ago. Like the world's a different place today. But that doesn't mean that what you're saying is like you're not wrong, but you're also not right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a living 900 years ago.
Yeah. Right. That's
Yeah, and you shouldn't be.
no, not at all.
And if that's not your fault, then we'll see what we can do. But we'll add you to our list.
Yeah. Have
So
some
you
cozy magic.
Just be a bee for a bit.
Just come with us to the moon. I bet you it will solve a problem. Might not be the one you think, but I bet you will solve one.
How do you feel about imported wood? Like,
Do you like dinosaurs?
just imagine Falkwin's face if you had convinced Modestellar to go to Dinosaur Island with you guys on a vacation.
Goodness.
Like, the drama.
Let's tell him that's what happened.
we already have the eggshells.
Oh, so what are we calling the session? I mean, yeah, it's strong. I'm glad that came back out because that has been rattling around my head the whole session. Emotional support volcano. Also, can you imagine like Sean seeing that title? What does that mean?
What's going on?
Yep.
Well, I'm going to change that one again.
Mhm. Yeah, I'm just I know it feels like almost congratulating yourself, but I just find it amusing because obviously when I ad-lib dialogue, I don't always know what I'm going to say. And just like the idea of Quilburn being like, well, it doesn't really matter about winning. Like, it's not about who wins. It's about when you're teaching someone, it's about teaching them. It's not about winning and... I think I'm winning. Oh. Okay, so we've got Viscosity, All That Glitters, Emotional Support Volcano, Enough at Stake, based on appearances, for the table, Emotional Support Elf. Do the Fae have cards? Cards on the table.
I want to do some version of the meme. It's too long, but the meme from Brooklyn Nine-Nine. If we have had Kyril for 3 days, anything happens to him, I will destroy this whole continent and the other one.
I could just be like the foreword that you put in the book of like Cascade.
When you meet Kyril, there's a little like footnote.
Yep. Etch a Sketch Apocalypse is also good. Yep.
Oh.
Why? Why are you like this? Okay. That's tough, right? Because those are really good choices. I'm going to get rid of Viscosity because it's nonsense, but I love it as a word. But I'm going to ignore it as a suggestion. I really want Emotional Support Volcano to win, but based on appearances is so goddamn good, I think it needs to be based on appearances. It just hits every note, I think, in this session. So, yeah, I think that's the winner. And I love cards on the table as well, because you have been as upfront as you are willing to be, besides the occasional card up the sleeve, like the Brannon L nuclear device. Yeah.
Yeah, it was cards with the table.
Yeah, it's good.
I did like it.
It's good.
Like, I didn't even think about it until...
It's very, very good.
What was the one before that was for the table? It was only that when you put that as I was typing, if they have cards, like, cards on the table. What?
Yep. No, lots of good. I mean, if I could put profanity in, I think just fuck's sake would have been a good suggestion as well for Margot. Because Margot,
push me downstairs.
push me down the stairs.
Queen Margot the practical.
Yeah. Okay. Goals.
Oh.
How do we feel about them?
Can we also add Modesta Lara? Question mark.
I mean, if anything, you've learned loads more.
Modesta Lara's not going to be a problem next time.
Do we literally just write one that's just like change the iron laws? That is our goal. We want to change.
You could have that being like update the iron laws to be relevant. It's a valid goal. You've kind of started those wheels turning, so
yeah,
we can have that in. Do you want to pop that in the chat and the goals page? And we'll have that on our list. Just type it up. But under our current list, we've got what happened to Master Amblin? Visit the moon. Suri Thane, Count Cod Thream, Falkwin go Aliben and do project with her. Stop the Heart Piercer, the Sira quest, part 1, 2, 3.
We've done 2 of those parts.
Yeah, 2 out of 3. Yeah, nearly done. Just Dinosaur Island's quick little visit in to grab some eggshells and right back out. Yep. Nori's to confirm heritage on father's side. Bridge over Whitewater records. Yep. That's our current active goals. And then we've got some other ones, which was compel the narrative to favour Vermi and not lead to war, which you are still in the process of trying to do. I think you're doing okay at that. Like, that's going the direction you wanted to go and just not necessarily as smoothly.
Yeah, because at the moment, even if it's going badly, it doesn't look like it's going to war.
Yes, which is good. And that's all you need to do is compel it so that there's no war. And then update the iron laws, and obviously Brannon and Sloth to make up, because we want the friends to be friends again.
And maybe Kyril too.
Yeah.
Because he looks like we can all be friends. But live in a cabin on Dinosaur Island.
Yeah. Modesta Lara can bake cookies, I guess, or something, right? Like, yeah, big happy families. Oh dear. Okay, any other goals to add in? I don't think any others have been completed yet. So
Nori to live by the next episode.
I can't guarantee that, because if you're going to make a move on Modest Lara, I am here for it, but I am also here to make a new character with you. So I'm just saying, like, just you let me know. You let me know how that's going to go. We'll do some prep work. Okay.
I know the opening line from the next episode.
Well, I think what I'm going to do, but let's just start with wrap-up chat with yourself then, Nori. Nori Nediam. He who may or may not infiltrate.
Happy until she started down that line. Am I supposed to hate every elf now because one we think again we're only supposing that it's a gold leaf elf, but it sounds like it's all going that way.
That's just because you hate Modest Lara. Like, they're all bad.
No,
those gold leafs.
No, we like
that's other people's problems. I've not said that. I have never once said that. I've respected the queen, queen of the elves. That's all I've done. Whether that is the respect she's due, that's other people to judge, and it's dropping quickly for me at the moment. Oh yeah, living through hate is not a good place to be.
Yeah, and again, like, to have been like, well, again, from the end of the war being 900 or so years, as we know, like, to almost hold on to that as your, like, a core element of how you see the world. Like, you're not really living at that point, are you?
No. Or allowing those around about you to live.
Where's all the gold leafs again?
They left the world to go somewhere else.
Yeah, they did. They went and built themselves a new place called Mirage. I wonder why. I wonder who suggested that.
Has that been confirmed by outside source?
Do you want to ask her that next week?
Aren't Modesta. I'm worried about them now.
So they fled this world and left it to us, and then complain when we make the decisions.
Well, they kept phoning her to come back and sit on the chair, so yeah, like.
Yeah. Again, this is another great episode. Margot's brilliant. Just, I really thought I was going to lose it. I was glad I wasn't drinking. It would have been going everywhere. So it's just been a great episode on the kings and the queens. If they can get along, why not? Maybe we should take Modesta Lara and let her meet Cairo and see what the outcome of that is.
Please do that.
For everybody else.
Please do that. Can you imagine Falkwin? Oh, so good.
That's the apart from the anger that Nori's feeling at the moment. Can he control it? Can you control me?
Yeah, like, it's interesting.
That's your job next week. Yeah,
I think it's definitely interesting, and that's, I think for me as well, having characters acknowledged, like, or at least having players acknowledge their characters would get frustrated when they see other, like, people in the world, again, doing really dumb stuff that way, right? Like, just not seeing the forest for the trees, as she would say, right?
But Nori can understand it. Nori could understand.
But Nori hasn't lost himself to that.
No, but in this case, it's his own people, possibly, that has done this. It's not an enemy. It is his own people. So should he hate his own people?
Yeah, it's definitely... It's good reflection, I think, on Nori's part, because, again, Nori has to balance the fact that, like, you are the dichotomy of that, potentially, if you're half Barlen or half, like, Helborn and half elf, and you believe there's a elven Barlen killer. It does put you in a weird place. Although not in a super dangerous place. You're doing that to yourself by putting yourself in front of them, because you're not a Barlen.
Yes.
But yeah, it's good.
But in Nori's mind, he is not half Barlen because he was never brought up that way.
Yeah.
That's not in his memories. I am elf. Half elf. I knew. I'd always accepted the elven part of my ancestry because I didn't know
Mm-hmm.
the other side of the ancestry. So
Yeah, you just assumed
the
it was
elven
human
people are my
because you
people.
were brought up in a weird
Yeah.
village of half-human, half-elves. Makes sense.
Right.
Yeah, no, it's been
Totally.
good. It's been good. Yeah, I have very little to add to that. Nori's been pretty good this session, not gonna lie.
I could
Yeah.
rant on and on about this, but I'm not. I'm going
Ignysera.
Oh, it was really fun. It was good having a bit more of a talk to Quilburn.
Mhm.
That was really fun. Though I was super worried about what to say, but I think Ignysera would kind of say as much as she felt she could
Yeah.
to him because he was the one that kind of sent her to the group and he's the one that she's kind of doing this for. So
Yeah, like his
She
whole
would-
approach was, you should go with these people, they seem interesting. Like,
yeah.
and then he's like, why did I do this to myself? This has been, oh,
It's his own fault.
yeah.
It's so good. And I love Margot. She's the best. I love her so much. She's so sassy. It's great.
I'm glad.
I like Ignysera can like really see why the others believed Chiral and helped them and now seeing that from like a first hand perspective, she's like confirmed what she thought about the group as well.
Mhm.
So like she thought they were good, honourable people that they were trying to help the world, help this Fae and everything. And now she knows it for certain, and that's a good feeling that she knows she's with the right people and she's doing the right thing.
Yeah.
That's really nice. And Nori with his speech. It was so good. It was so good. They'd made some really, really good points, and I'm really interested to see what comes back the other side.
No, you're not. I wouldn't be in this room next week.
Chiral, can I never have been in this room, please? Chiral.
You may wish.
But yeah, no.
Make that deal now.
But yeah, Kalli, for like me, it was really important because it was Sean that brought up last week about going. Do we maybe want to like speak to Margot first instead of Quilborn because like Calli's not here and it makes more. I'm like, no. Like technically they've already spoken in the narrative.
Mhm.
I was like, don't worry, Sean, you're new to this experience with me of chopping up timelines a bit. It's like it will work itself out. Don't worry. I have full confidence that me going back in time to a scene that relies on you having got out of there fine, totally fine. But no, it was important to me that you had some private time because there is family connections there. It makes sense you would speak first, you know. And it's also like one of the few times like your character is directly like at the top of that pyramid narratively, right? As well, because there has been a lot of Ignysera having to like play catch up to the other 3 arcs that you know the 3 people here have been through all of them, right? It can be a bit daunting narratively being like, oh, I don't know all of that, but you know, having a focal character like Quilborn to be your connection, yeah, I enjoyed that scene. It was good, and even just the way it ended with him being like, I was right about you, yep, and off he goes. Like you're like, what does that mean? Yeah,
What's it mean?
yeah.
Future queen.
But yeah, I think if he had his way,
Cool.
I think if he had his way, be like, it's your problem now. Off I go. Like, hey Amrith, any chance you want to take some early retirement? I heard the position could be dangerous. Give me that job. I think Quilborn would be great as the Grandmaster, quite frankly. Seems like
yeah.
seems like a great
Very
guy.
good.
And from a selfish point of view, the party would have a really good connection to the Grandmaster, yeah. Lockhart.
Lockhart is just realised that gave away the Night Bloom without trying to psychically connect to it.
Oh, that's
I don't hate that.
yeah.
It's because it would have given away all the secrets.
All the plot is in
Talking
the
to
Night Bloom.
plants never goes wrong.
It really, the trauma they took that.
talking with the bee didn't go wrong, so clearly
Yeah, but
the
talking
plant
with
is just the next extension.
Talking with the sword was a bit of a.
That definitely was more of a warning sign, though. Like, they should have done it more cautiously than what you did. But that's fine. It was still plot progressive.
Yeah. Wow.
Mm.
Like, obviously the very, very contrasting between the three approaches of like, yo, what's going on here? And I think I absolutely loved the Kalli's getting the one-to-one between Ignysera and Quilburn, and then like sort of following that up a lot with the I clipped it because it was just such good, even though it wasn't like quite as the same sort of snappy one sort of liner that I usually try and quip, but the exchange between Margot about Lady Featherstone and Myr'ra was so good. Cinema.
Yeah.
Like that was just so good. Then I sort of mentioned it that Lockheart was almost a little bit surprised that she was just saying like, oh, her parents were like, okay, like it was a big war. I thought you were going to hit me with more than that. I'll be honest, to begin with, or you're going to be like, there was a whole continent you didn't even know about that got destroyed by the Fae or something. Because that did almost make it feel quite small, very personal, but something almost any person can go through. And Lockhart had forgotten that there was someone in that room who had the exact same experience.
Yeah.
So when then Nori went through with it, I was like, yes, this is what I sort of felt but didn't actually have that personal connection to. But yes, absolutely, get him, Nori. And was completely behind Nori and all of that. So I was just like,
I can just hear that Alexander with, kill him! I'm too weak to argue with her, Nori!
I can't think what you mean.
Me neither, no, it's, yeah.
And
if you're
Nori-
ever asked, by the way, Nori, if you've heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise, please refuse Lockhart's bullshit.
No, it was actually the way of Nori being like, should I kill them? He's like, yes, they're animals. They should be slaughtered like animals.
Do it.
This is only natural that you wanted revenge. So yes, just all of that was absolutely fantastic. And then yeah, also like wanting to get another of the big guns of getting sick Falkwin on Mona Stellar as well. Like got the double barrels of our greatest weapon against her. So very exciting, lots of fun.
Yeah, no, it's been good. I think it's what's interesting, given that like Lockhart's push for this is. But have you considered the absolute mess that will happen if we do admit it's guilty? Like, if we do admit everything that is actually happening, it's all fucked. And like, nobody particularly wants that. And that was Pride's point, right, a couple of sessions ago, was nobody wants that though. And Pride's very versed in what people want. So it's like, regardless of all the steps between and the mess people put in their way, here's what we want. Let's make that happen. Which is very manipulative of Pride, but it's also, is it a bad thing if it's what is actually best? Really? Like, yeah. And again, the conversations you've had with Quilburn and Margot seemed quite positive, where, like, less so with Quilburn in terms of changing the law, but very much with Margot on that front of, but you can see it's outdated. But then you also know you've pitched things very successfully to Quilburn and Margot, who are much younger.
Ways.
Yeah, very different ways, but still, you tailored the experiences based on probably how assaulted you were by their responses. But like, also, I think you can tell, like, Quilban and Margot are quite close as far as like professionals go, right? They have a very decent working relationship because they're probably the two that have been, like, I guess probably the more adept at their job, I guess is the right way to put it. Like, we don't know how they interacted with Loudon. We don't know that. But we've not really had much interaction with Vermi. It's arguable to know how close Vermi and Quilburn were, because obviously Vermi was hidden. So, like, there might even be resentment on Quilburn's part that had to happen. It's hard to say. But the way you pitched that to both of them was very good. And then you get the complete, like, juxtaposition from someone that's not even a full vote at the table, but probably carries a lot of weight respect-wise at that table. Probably the most respect goes to her at the table, whether people like it or not. Even to the degree that even the devils are wary of her. There's a, you are something, and that is fine. We all respect that, Modesta Lara. We don't need to agree with you. We can just accept that you were there, and that you have kept your people safe since, and you're at least willing to turn up when the council asks you to. Not always, but, you know, for the big things, she's turned up. Yeah. Interesting comparing her responses to the, you know, pitch, I guess, that you've got of, Carol's not that bad, he's different, which the other two are like, yeah, he doesn't seem like everything we've read. She's not, obviously Medislar hasn't met Chiral, but has met Faye. Which, in her mind, means she's met Chiral. Possibly has. That's the tricky thing to really filter through is Chiral part of the Fae she has met and fought? Has Chiral technically been contributory to her parents' death? Like, we don't know. And the bit of a bombshell on the Fae War lasted as long as it needed to last. Which means she lost a lot of her life to that Fae War. So yeah. And left it as the queen. But entered it as a child. Not a great place for, you know, somebody to, you know, but again, you think 900 years later I should maybe go over some of that. We'll see. Myr'ra.
It was so fun. I loved all the interactions. I loved Ignysera and Quilburn. And yes, as always, very recently experienced the spotlight of talk to a family member. You did very well. Well done. It's scary. Love that Margot threw Lady Featherstone back into the mix, and it was quite fun to get to be like, I know she's scary. I had to be all together when we were there, but she's terrifying.
I like that everybody knows who your gran is, by the way, as well. Like Quilbur's like, oh, Meryl.
Yeah, they're like, oh god. But then also, probably she's probably keeping tabs on somehow. Probably friends with everyone in this city apart from Mum. Yes. Loved that we got more time with Chiral. Fascinated. Want to know why he looks like Brandon L. That is very interesting. Because could be many things. Yes. Loved Margot, as always. Loved Quilburn. Loved Lockhart's manipulation of the law. Love that Margot thinks we're way more manipulative than we are.
It was your reaction, by the way, when she was like, this is some very effective honey trap you've set up here. And you're like, oh, yeah, actually. It was that look of, we kind of have that. We didn't mean that, though. That's just happened.
It wasn't. But I feel that's why we're in this situation. This wasn't us. We were very much I know it was me. I know.
Yeah, but it wasn't Myr'ra.
We wouldn't have done it. Yeah. That wasn't. But yes, I feel like we've got into a lot of situations because we've just came all this way. Modesta Lara terrifies me. Yeah. She is scary. I do just to throw back to old campaign. I definitely get Magna vibes from her versus Elf Queen vibes.
Okay, yeah.
She's very much not lovely butterflies.
Yeah.
also spooky and weird, but like, yeah. I think it's all the Bran and Elle stuff.
Right.
Don't trust. It's all of the, there's an evil storm sorcerer. But you know everything else. How do you not know that? Not that.
Well, ask yourself that question then. What would happen if she admitted Bran and Elle was still around?
It undercuts her power.
But what does it mean in a bigger scale? So yes, it 100% undercuts her position. Probably because some bigger elf name just sits above her in the credits, right? So that's the thing. Whether she cares about that or not is neither here nor there. But she definitely knows her position's comfortable, right? But if Bran and Elle's around, would people worry what he did hadn't happened?
Yeah.
Because remember, there's this weird conflicting... There's a barrier protecting everyone from the face. Everyone's super happy, duper super. But Bran and Elle's like, there isn't a barrier.
Yeah, it's just... They're just not here.
There's just an agreement that they're not here anymore.
And I used all of my people.
Like, he was just up kind of against his will, in a way, like, against what he thought was going to happen. He thought he was going to, like, combine all of their might, use that to be like, this is the threat we are, goodbye, Faye, leave before we make it so that you don't, whatever, right? We'll push you out, we're a threat now, look at our, we have the nukes, we can fire them, nobody wants it, so leave. And then he didn't know that was going to kill all of his people. And that's the thing that Sloth seems to be like, oh, that's really sad.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it also cost him his salvation. So it was this combination of they both lost massive things to fix that Fey War. Yeah.
The way that Sloth felt sadness and guilt.
Yes.
How much did Sloth know that Bran and Elle might did?
Could always ask Sloth. You're in his city.
That's what makes Modestalara's position even weaker.
Yeah.
The fact that her hatred is from losing her parents. Yeah, Bran and Elle has lost his civilization.
But it's also, as we know, because we know the comet is coming, sort of willing to maybe undo what he did to get his people back. And he doesn't massively seem bothered about the consequences of that.
No.
Which could very much be, like, he's quite like, I don't really care.
Yeah. Yeah. He had a bit of a very, not flippant, but very much a case of, I need to fix it attitude. Like, I don't care the cost. Like, it will probably kill me in the process, but I'm doing it because my people need to be done right by.
And that almost as well was like, not only, like, if they'd been destroyed, I feel like he'd be sad and like angry, but it's the Ferren aspect of they've been corrupted and twisted.
And the aspect that he's like holding on to their, like, he's still charged with like their souls. Like, he's essentially a battery holding on to that, right? And he's like, I need to fix this.
Yeah.
But does me fixing it undo everything else?
Oh no.
You've just given me the weapon I need.
Well, I feel like you've maybe just seen the weapon that was always there. Yes.
But yes, and then Nori's like final moments of calling out Modestalara's sort of hypocrisy.
Oh, perfect, right?
Yeah, so good. And just lots of like word weapons going around this week. I very much enjoyed.
Yeah.
I can't believe that we still have to litigate. Possibly with two more people, depending on if Thranduil and Nediam also show up. Tell us what happened. What's the point of this trial?
Thranduil is like, well, I conquered the moon, so what mysteries could the world hold for me?
So true. Ask him if he's met Amblin.
Yeah.
That's all out. But yeah, lots of fun as always. Excited to see where it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we still at the same stress level? Is that went up or down? Out of interest, people. Like, where are we on the stressometer? Like, DEFCON where?
For me, it's gone through the roof.
See, I don't know if this is Lockhart's moment, but because we've got Pride, Douglas Dugal's probably going to vote with us, so who knows? Margot and Quilburn seem on site. Medestinara is not going to agree with us. Does it matter? I don't know. Stress level's still in however many minutes to midnight.
I think if you're worried about that, you assume the elves are voting against you, right? If you're worried.
Yeah.
Because they're either voting against you or they don't count,
anyway.
right?
Yeah.
But regardless of that, you've got Pride, or maybe Pride based on your worry about Pride's grandeur fucking chess game. So Pride-ish. Quilburn and Margot based on the honey trap situation. Like, do you want to be kind of responsible for like being forthright, but also short-sighted to the implications of the truth here? So yeah, update the laws, make it all legal. Everything's fine, no war, happy days, no foreign cat invasion. So you've kind of got 3 votes. Douglas Dugal, who does anyone really mind? You know, it's fine. He's there. Whether
He'll vote with pride. Whether he knows it or
What
not.
if he recognises Pride? What if there's some kind of like the vibe?
like a pet name or something that she calls him. Dougie Doo Doo. Like, yeah, that'd be
Oh my
weird.
god, I've just given it away.
Dun dun dun. Imagine if it was Douglas Dugal that undid all of Pride's fucking schemes. That'd be amazing. The hero of our time, Douglas Dugal! From session 1, the first person you met, the hero of the campaign. He was Cerethian the whole time.
Yeah,
Just very slimming armor. Brian Blessed being Cerethian's the best fucking thing ever. But yes, so I think it's so interesting what the way the plot's unfolding currently. I'm quite hyped to see not only how you stop Falkwin getting you all murdered by Medestinara, because I think the combo of Nori and Falkwin really going for her throat is so and to a degree, like Lockhart too, right? To a degree, because yous are all on the same page. She is wrong as far as yous are concerned because she's holding a 900-year-old, maybe longer grudge, right? We don't know what age she is, and she's kind of just said she doesn't know what age she is.
Very bullshit.
And the Fae took that from her. That's a big grudge to shift. And it's like,
you keep pushing that as though we're supposed to have sympathy, but she's just lost all of
yeah,
that in that
no,
one
like,
conversation.
but that's why it's interesting because you can understand why she got there. And you can go, but that doesn't matter anymore. Like, you can have your opinions on it because now you've got the data to have that opinion on it, right? Like, you've got her to a point where narratively she feels user at the level where that's even worth saying to you, which is interesting, right? Yeah, no, it's been a great session. I've loved it. Did I enjoy being as many NPCs in the same space at the same time? It's always interesting.
We love that.
Yeah, no, it's fun because hopefully when I'm speaking as different people, it comes across well. So that's always interesting. It's still not as bad as my Monday game that had 8 NPCs in a group meeting with the players.
Oh.
So there's 4 players and 8 me's. And oh my god, was that was I think my mental limit. I think like nope, never want that again. So yes, but no, it was fun. I had a lot of fun, lots of very good points, and I think you are at the stage where you know so almost intrinsically what your characters believe about things that are going on now. Like, you don't need to really kind of overthink but what actually do I want? Like, you're like, oh, this is what Nori wants, this is what Lockhart wants, this is actually what we believe. But how do we get that from the other person that we're talking to? How do the NPCs think and feel and, you know, treat this 900-year-old wound the world has? So yeah, it's good. XP awards? Who are we going for, folks?
Margot.
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll take the compliment, thank you. I'm so glad he's like Margot. I love Margot. Margot's great. But then, female dwarf character with a badass attitude. Like, it's just, you know, what's her name? Dondrabella, right?
Dondrabella.
Like, we fucking love Dondrabella from the last game, and we
Love
And
Dondrabella.
now she's queen.
and now we got Queen Margot Stargazer. Yeah, we do like Queen Margot. Also, she's one of those people that feels like, oh, let me help you. Stop talking. Like,
Yeah.
her approach is just, I want to help because you seem like nice people, but oh god, get out of your own way.
Yeah, stop saying things that incriminate you.
Yeah. Whereas Quilliver's like, what's that you said? That's a fancy room. Can't help himself, right? He's like, but I want to know what that is.
Why is there a fancy room?
Okay, so besides Margot, I'm not giving myself XP. I don't know what to do with it.
Nori.
Okay.
About Nori. Just because that last speech. Oh, so good.
Okay.
So good. Such a good point. Just
I would go bookends. Both Kalli and Nori, these opposite forms of names, for opening the session and closing the session.
Okay.
On such big character swings.
Say you had to pick one.
I don't want to. I'll roll.
Okay. While you're rolling.
there we go. That's
No.
Okay, odds. So that's Nori.
Okay. And Grace, who would you, besides Margot?
Yeah, it is that conversation.
Not Modesta Lara? No, not giving her XP?
Yeah. she had enough.
Maybe she could buy some levels in empathy.
She's going to gain some XP by killing me next session, so she can have all she wants from that. But again, from Kalli, Alexander, Hannah, we've all done our share this week again. We all done some heavy lifting in some of the scenes. I'm going to go with Kalli. I don't think I've chosen Kalli for anything, but we all had big scenes this week, so everybody deserves it.
Yeah, that's it. Lockhart, who are we thinking?
Yeah, at different points, I would have chosen each person. So I think there was so much variation, but as soon as sort of Kalli started, I knew it was going to be a good bit, and then with Hannah, I was like, I knew that was going in, and then I was kind of just blindsided by Chris actually. So I was like, okay, no, yes, this does have to be where it goes.
Okay, excellent. So I think that was the majority of votes for Kalli. So Kalli, you get an extra point of XP, and then I don't disagree. You all did amazing this week, so everybody can have a point of XP on top of that. Just for actually all putting in a lot of work during this session, because I'm aware this isn't an easy part of the story, but it is a needed part of the story. It's not, and I don't want it to just be, we had the trial, we rolled dice, you rolled higher than the bad dice, so we're past it. I think it's important that you actually express your character's opinions and experiences in this way, because it's look how we've dug deep into that, and we get scenes like Nori comparing the loss of his parents to someone that seems stuck on it. And obviously Lockhart said that's it. How many people died in the Fey War? Nobody really knows. And you're hung up on 2 people? Yeah, I get that's your parents, but it's that was really the reaction. Modesta Lara.
Yeah, it's such a, again, human's not the right word, but it's such a Cascadian feeling of that could have been any viscosity. Could have been bandits on the road. Also, technically, we still don't know if the Fae started the Fae War.
Very
little. The Devils. Just thrown out there.
Yeah, you know very little. Just immediately stand up in the trial. Accuse Pride for starting the Fae War. It's what the fuck is happening? We didn't talk about this. I mean, we didn't not talk about this. We didn't pregame this.
But surely then it would have been Sloth.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, he's not there. So.
But also, who took over after Sloth? Who ousted Sloth? Right? Who was in charge immediately straight after that? Yeah, Pride, definitely. I mean, yeah. You know that Pride wasn't in charge the whole 900 years, though. It has passed around a few of them. It's just landed back with Pride because actually you can just have the job. So yeah, Pride seems to get the most out of it. Funnily enough. Anyway, that was excellent. So thank you for that as well. I hope you have all noted down the XP values. I hope you all remember to tell Sean that you got some XP. And yes, say goodbye, everybody.
Good night, everyone.